Breaking news outside the federal courthouse. P. Diddy Combs. Jury selection begins today for the trial of Sean P. Diddy Combs. Come on in, folks. Come on in. Big day in New York for Sean P. Diddy Combs. Jury selection. He's decided to take it to trial. So we're going to talk about this case a little bit. It's outside the courthouse, and we are going to see who arrives for his jury selection, talk about this case a little bit, get people in the chat, get people engaged, talk, let us know your opinions. Come on in, folks. We are in Manhattan, New York this morning. Manhattan. And the courthouse outside, as we, we'll see whether people come and go, whether who shows up, supporters of P. Diddy, P. Diddy's family, victims, prosecution team, defense. We'll see who comes in and out of this court very, very soon. Everything is scheduled to begin shortly. I believe 9 a.m. is when this jury selection begins. Come on in, folks. JLR Investigates. So now's the time. Now's the time for Sean P. Diddy Combs. Sex trafficking trial, racketeering. He's facing so many charges. If he gets convicted, he could get a life sentence. Would he? 55 years old. He has pleaded not guilty to a 5-count indictment, charging him with racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking, engaging in prostitution. Those very egregious crimes. Feds have him. He's been held in the Federal Metropolitan Detention Center since his arrest last year. He chose to not waive his speedy trial rights. Therefore, he said, I want to take it to trial. And I want to take it to trial quickly. I want a quick trial, quick. And he didn't waive his speedy trial rights. So now it's time to go. So this is a shot. There's multiple views outside the courthouse. This looks like a good shot because we'll see who comes in and shows. As you see, media is lining up. It's a big, big case. Could be one of the biggest trials of the year. Besides Brian Kohlberger, Moscow, Idaho. This is a big, big case. Look, black SUVs. This could be family. Family could arrive at any time. Will his children arrive? Family members. Who arrives for P. Diddy Combs? Good morning. Good morning. So, he's facing a lot of civil lawsuits, but the one that really opened this whole situation up was the Cassie lawsuit, right? The Cassie lawsuit brought into light a bad light for P. Diddy Combs, right? There has been a lot of talk over the years about him, rumors, people making allegations, but that Cassie lawsuit just opened up, and particularly when he settled. I think when he settled, it really got bad for him very, very quickly, as some people warned the sharks will come. He could probably face lots of criminal liability on top of civil liability, and this is where he's at. The downfall of Sean P. Diddy Combs right before our eyes. Right before our eyes, the downfall of Diddy. Numerous people are suing him. He's facing a possibility of a life in prison sentence. Legal bills, mounting legal bills. It's not going well for Diddy, more or less canceled. He's been canceled. He's been sitting in jail. Gray, already got gray beard. He got gray hair. We've seen the photographs of Diddy as far as the prison sketches, because there's no cameras in the courtroom. That's the thing about this situation. No cameras in the courtroom for P. Diddy Combs. So you're going to just see the circus atmosphere outside. Is it a circus out there? Well, honestly, I think it's a lot of business as usual. There is media out there, but I don't see a circus. I don't see signs out there right now in support of P. Diddy Combs. Do you? I don't see the signs. Jury selection. Jury selection underway for P. Diddy Combs. How long will it take to impanel a jury? You know, you have a very big demographic there, large jury pool, New York City. Probably the best way to maybe get an impartial jury because the pool is so big. So big. You talking about biggest city in the United States. I don't think they're going to have a problem whatsoever in paneling a jury. And I think they'll probably impanel it very, very quickly. Leroy Forrester, thank you for the support. Thank you for the support, Leroy. I appreciate that for sure. Very grateful. Thank you for coming in, everyone. So, you know, we scan the areas. We know this is popping up. So we just want to see what's up. You know that we can't film inside the courtroom. That's the problem here with these federal cases. You can't get any cameras in the courtroom. I wish they would change that process. I would love to have cameras in and there's talk that they might change that down the line in some federal districts or make it where they, you know, put accountability. They were talking about that with the Supreme Court. They want their rulings and their hearings to be televised to open up transparency, right? To get and understand what's going on. Well, in the federal court system, you never see what's going on. And I can just tell you, I don't know if you ever been into a federal courthouse. I don't know if you all been into a federal courtroom, but it's the most terrifying experience ever. And, you know, I experienced that as a defendant, as a plaintiff and defendant in a federal courtroom. I've been in my fair share of federal courtrooms around the country. And it's nothing to laugh about. It is absolutely terrifying. It is, you know, reality. I don't know what P. Diddy's thinking here by trying to take these people to trial with a federal government with unlimited resources, deep pockets, witnesses. Feds is a whole different ballgame. Maybe state court, you might be a little smug. You might go in there in the county court and kind of smile a little bit. But in this thing, it's no joking matter. It is strictly business. The judge is high up on his chair, her chair, high up on the bench. Big pillars in the courtroom, echoing room, marshals there, prosecutors, feds in suits, and they mean business. They mean straight business in these federal courtrooms. P. Diddy. So who are these people? People are arriving. I think probably associates of his, maybe, but nobody out there with the sign. And that's one thing I noticed. Not anybody out there with a sign in support of Diddy. Now, you know, in a lot of high-profile cases, celebrities, there's supporters out there on a lot of high-profile cases. Supporters, where, you know, injustice, this person's innocent, free this person, whatever. But in this here, and we've covered our fair share of P. Diddy hearings, I haven't seen one sign out there that says P. Diddy's innocent. Not one. I haven't seen one. Have you? Have you? I haven't. Good morning, everyone. Come on in. New week, new opportunity. I hope everyone is doing well and blessed, or good afternoon, wherever you're from, or good evening, wherever you're from. I know a lot of people watch JLR Investigates from around the world. We appreciate every single one of you out there that watches the channel. Everyone is welcome on JLR Investigates, all walks of life. We love to hear all perspectives of all things. You know, as long as you be respectful to other people's opinions and don't do personal insults and attacks, we let you share your opinions very, very strongly on JLR Investigates. And there's a lot of difference of opinions in a lot of different cases. And some of the cases you know, you might not agree with what I have to say and stuff, and that's cool. I love it. I love it. I love to have your opinions in the chat. We engage. We have a healthy conversation. We are the JLR Army, and we like to see what's going on in the world in real time. And this is real time. This is live. This is live. So it doesn't look too cold out there. People are wearing, you know, long sleeves. Some have jackets, but it doesn't look like it's brutally cold. We're like literally in spring right now. It's spring. Winter came quick, didn't it? I went for a walk last night. Me and Magnolia went for a walk last night in Tampa Bay area, and it was like balmy. It was like 78 degrees. Went for like 11 p.m. walk. We went walk, talk, reflect on life, and it was beautiful out. So in other places around the country, it's starting to get warmer and warmer and warmer. Summer, the spring flowers, everything's starting to bloom in anticipation of the summertime. P. Diddy, unfortunately, he doesn't get to see all that. The only thing P. Diddy gets to see right now is a concrete wall, a little bed slab, a little slip that opens, door slip that opens, and he gets it open a few times a day when he gets fed or given his medications or legal mail, or maybe even a phone call when they roll the phone up to his cell. But yeah, it looks honestly, my opinion, it looks boring out there. Leroy Forrester again with the chat. Race shouldn't matter, but character does. Awesome comment. Race shouldn't matter, but character does. It's your character. It is your character. Like that. Love it. Love it for sure. Come on in, folks. So, who's this? This looks like someone affiliated with Diddy. Who's that? Who is it? Looks like someone affiliated. So maybe in solidarity, maybe the P. Diddy people, supporters might be wearing all black, maybe. I don't know. That looks definitely like someone, or just someone that's interested in looking at the trial. But people tend to be focused on this individual here. I don't know who that is. But usually the Diddy family members, they don't walk like to the courthouse. They usually get that black SUV that rolls right up, and they kind of get escorted in, and it's right there. And that's what I think we're going to see. I haven't seen, and I've been watching this. The feed went up for just a few minutes before we went on. We knew this was coming. We wanted to share live what's going on, but usually around, a few minutes before the scheduled trial, which I believe starts at 9, it could be 9:30, the family will roll up, or people in familiar with him, his people will roll up in an SUV or a vehicle. Come on in. Yes, outside the courthouse here, and also, folks, I haven't seen media swarming anybody yet. Now, who's to say? Maybe his family doesn't show up for jury selection, but I find that very, very rare, because defense attorneys want, their clients, they want their family members in that courtroom for support, because the jury sees it all. The jury reads the room, the jury sees, and I think it goes a long way when a defendant has their family in court. If you're a defendant in a case and you're going to trial and you don't have any family or friends in the court for you, how do you think the jury's thinking when they're looking at you and you're all by yourself on an island, all by yourself, flanked by an attorney or two or whatever, public defender? What do you think the jury thinks when you're by yourself? They're like, well, nobody's even supporting this guy, so let's convict. I don't know. Do they think like that? So we'll see what the jury, how they impanel the jury. Every process of every state has its own rules, strikes, not strikes, and getting a jury impaneled. I think the jury will be impaneled within today. Honestly, I think today. Despite his celebrity status, this is probably the biggest high-profile trial in New York City in a long time. And the only other one I could see that might be even more, possibly just because of the dynamics, is Luigi Mangione. This literally is one of the biggest trials in the country this year. Probably this one and Brian Kohlberger, as far as on a national scale. These two trials are probably going to be the biggest in the country. There's all other low tier trials that happened this year. For instance, Karen Reed, that's very low. Lori Valladolid went on trial. That's very low. I'm talking about big cases, and this is one. This is one right here. This one right here, Moscow, Idaho will be one. And I can't think of any other big trials coming up, unless you know. Speaking of trials, the next trial for Brian Christopher Kohlberger, if it even goes to trial, there is some sort of secret court case today, sealed. We don't know what's going on. I think it's a lot to do with his mental health. If that does go to trial, we will be boots on the ground on that trial itself. So we are prepared. We're ready. We're going to Idaho. We'll be encamped out in Idaho for 3 months. So I'm really looking forward to that. I do like attending trials. We attended trials or hang out outside to show you the atmosphere. Maybe, possibly, if we, maybe we'll go up to New York City and see what's going on here over time. I think the trial here is going to last a while. I think this is maybe like at least a few weeks. I don't think this is a quick trial, because it's just so complex. When you come to RICO and sex trafficking, you got a lot of victims, a lot of witnesses, and feds is on their P's and Q's. They bring in people, and they do an elaborate, sophisticated timeline here. So who's being filmed here? What's going on here? Who is being filmed outside here? So come on in, folks. We are watching. I can't wait, Brittany, either, for the Idaho case. I want that over with. Just one, because I want the victims to get justice, and that enough is enough. It's been a long, long time. Imagine if your loved one got killed and you have to wait 3 years before some sort of resolution. I mean, that's pretty egregious there. And hopefully they change that process over time for any victim's family. I don't know why they have to wait that long. And I understand defendants have rights and everything like that, but the Brian Kohlberger case should have been on trial a year ago. Should have been on trial a year ago. This is long enough. I mean, every time, victims' families, they have a lot of rights. They should have a lot to say too. And I know for a fact that one of the victims' families definitely wants justice, and they want it now. P. Diddy, not only, with his sex trafficking case, he's facing so many civil lawsuits. Leroy in the house again. Live life. Leroy, thank you. Live life. I hope all of you every day try to live the life. Don't be like P. Diddy. This is a $1 billion empire being taken down right now before our eyes. I mean, everything's being cracked at him. He's facing so many civil suits. He has no other choice probably but to settle, or he's going to be literally completely broke. Like his whole empire, even with his defense, representing him here, they're not doing it free. It's not cheap. He's probably facing millions and millions and millions in just legal bills alone. We don't know much about the Cassie lawsuit settlement, the specific details, but it's, for a long, long time, or he settled. We don't know the amount. I'm just looking at something over my screen here. 9 a.m. The judge is expected to begin questioning prospective jurors one by one in a bid to set a panel of 12 jurors and 6 alternatives who can be fair and impartial despite the heavy media coverage of this case. All right? So 12 jurors, 6 alternatives. Hundreds of prospective jurors have already filled out questionnaires. SL Sully says, no doubt he moved his money offshore and into other names. Did that from the start, in my opinion. Yeah, I think he did some moving. The problem is, he better not have been doing moving while was on that prison phone. Because if the feds, they're listening to all your conversations, if they hear that you're trying to attempt to move money, when they go for that seizure, which they will on a conviction under the 1987 Money Laundering Control Act, if they go, for the forfeiture, they could prove that he moved assets. I mean, that could be an additional obstruction of justice, possibly, if you try to move your assets, or, let whoever know, the judge, that he has attempted or tried to move assets, or did move assets, they'll find the assets and or let it known on the judge, who might even just say, okay, well, I'm going to enhance it even higher, the dollar amount. I think he was on the phone. I think he said a lot on the phone. I think at the time he didn't really understand the gravity of knowing that his phone calls were being recorded. I think he's also tried to manipulate that process when he used other inmates' PIN numbers to do his dirty work, whether that's witness intimidation, obstruction, telling people to hide things, speaking in code, whatever. I think he did a lot of that. I don't know if he's doing it anymore, but I think he did do it. He got caught doing it. And to the full extent of what he did, we don't know at this time. All that could be mentioned in court when it comes to enhancements in sentencing, about the obstruction aspect. He's definitely not getting 3 points of acceptance responsibility because he's taking it to trial. So he could have at least got 3 points off his case. I think, personally, they offered him a 20-year deal. They did offer him a deal. He's admitted to the court last week that he was offered a deal, but he rejected the deal. The deal, to me, I felt like it was probably a 20-piece. He should have took it. He should have took the 20 years. I know 20 years is a lot. Considering his age, 20 years, he could get out. He could once again be on the street. I really do think it's the 20 years. I think any plea deal over 20 years is actually insulting. You might as well go to trial. But I do think that, and they might have even went less. What about if they even went less than 20 years, as we discussed? Maybe they went 15 years or 10 years. I can't see them no way going lower than 10, but who knows? Who knows? And if he was offered a 10-year or 15-year deal and he didn't take it, that's on him. That's on him. That's a bonehead move. Bonehead move, considering the feds have a 97% conviction rate or almost impeccable conviction record. Most federal cases get resolved at trial, as we discussed each year. About 75,000 federal cases go across the country, and out of those cases, only about 200 people get acquitted. Average every year, about 200 people get acquitted out of 75,000 cases per year. That's the number. The numbers look unfavorably for him, and as the more the egregious charges there are, see, out of those 200 people that got acquitted, I'm sure they probably had like weak charges or some sort of minor stuff or ambiguous stuff. And when you have a RICO case, find me anybody in the chat. Find me anyone in the last 10 years who have been indicted by the federal government for RICO and has beat their case. Find a case. Please share the case. Find me any case in this country in the last 10, 20 years of someone charged with RICO or crimes on the federal level where they're facing life on a federal level and they have entirely beat their indictment. You won't. You won't. You won't find. You know why? Because the feds, it's designed. It's designed. It's designed. And they're backed by the federal courts. They're backed by the appellate courts. It's designed. It's a conviction-favorable environment. Conviction-favorable environment. Come on in, folks. I see a lot of people starting to pile in. We're going to just talk about this and see what's going on out here. People are out here. Jury selection. Now, is the jury selection open to the public? You know, sometimes they don't let you in there during jury selection. Certain courts. Diddy. I'll have to find that information out. Sean Diddy trial. NBC News. Jury selection begins in the sex trafficking case of Sean P. Diddy Combs. He has pled not guilty to all charges. He should take the lines of Biggie Smalls. Not guilty, that's why I stay silky, right? Isn't that what Biggie Smalls said? His protege? Not guilty, that's why I stay silky. Well, I don't think Diddy's going to come out there bragging and boasting like John Gotti on a courthouse steps. Not guilty. He's not going to be stepping out of that federal courthouse with his arms up in the air, champion like he beat the case. I don't think so. Now, who's to say that he could get acquitted on some charges but convicted of others? And that's a strong possibility too. When they do have a almost 100% conviction rate, might be because there's so many charges that they pile on somebody, the jury's going to find you guilty of at least something. And could that be a strategy here? Maybe be found guilty on the lesser sex trafficking charges, the RICO charges, even though sex trafficking is a very egregious bad thing. But I don't think the penalties for sex trafficking is necessarily as mandatory high as a RICO case. So is he rolling the dice that he could beat the RICO, beat the most serious charge, but get convicted on the minor ones and get that 20 years and 15 years? So just roll the dice. And that could be a strategy too that they could be playing. We don't know. It's all a numbers game, folks. It's all a numbers game. Jury selection begins today for the case of P. Diddy Combs. Come on in, JLR Investigates. Good morning, Monday morning. So we might be here all the way to June 2025. I think this thing, let me see. How long is trial expected? Okay, so according to AI Overview, the Sean Diddy Combs trial is expected to last 8 to 10 weeks. Yikes. 2 months. 2 months. May, June, July. So, wow. It will be held Monday through Friday, the first week from 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. So 9:30 a.m. That's what we're looking at here. This family should be arriving here shortly if they haven't arrived already. I don't think they arrived. Opening statements are scheduled for May 12th after screening 150 potential jurors. Okay, so according to AI Overview, they think that the trial opening statements will begin May 12th. It is the 5th, so you got about a week of jury selection. We got a week of jury selection. Will they impanel a jury? Yeah, absolutely. Jury selection. Sean P. Diddy Combs. Now people are out there just looking out there just like, hey, what's going on? What's going on? Good morning. Federal court. We are live. Who arrives? A lot of times these people here on the left or like freelance journalists, paparazzi, photographers, journalists. Could be some spectators in that mix. Look, this guy's, you know what's going on out here? Yeah, it's the P. Diddy trial. He's going on. What do we got? What do we got? Black vehicle, family members, possibly family members. What do we got? Who's coming? I don't see the cameras all lined up. These people are here ready, camera ready. They're like paid mercenaries. Like TMZ people out there. Daily Mail. Probably Daily Mail out there. New York Post. Yeah, I was hoping that it would air too. What we got? Federal prosecutor going in. They got the barriers and everything set up there. Dogs, bomb-sniffing dogs. You know, is someone going to try to break Diddy free? Bomb-sniffing dogs. All right. So, yeah, I guess they're waiting for family members to show. If they even show. Will they show? Will family members of Sean P. Diddy Combs show? Good morning, everyone. All right, I'm going to scour around, see what we can also find on this as we wait outside the courthouse. Jury selection underway. France 24 English says, P. Diddy trial reminiscent of O.J. Simpson case? I don't think so. I don't think this is even remotely on O.J. Simpson's level. One, O.J. Simpson's case was televised. This will not be televised outside, but outside just gives you what's going on outside. But where are all the Diddy supporters? Where are all the hip-hop artists? Where are all the music executives? Where are all people in that industry? Where are they all at? Why doesn't P. Diddy have any support out there openly? Where's the signs, the banners, the shirts, the balloons, the bullhorns? Where are they? Where are they? They're not out there. Why? Why? Nobody even wants to touch that. They're like, I don't even want anything to do with Diddy. I didn't go to no freak off party. I want nothing to do with the freak off parties. That's what probably most of them are saying. Yo, you're not going to cancel me. They disowned him. That's what Breezy said in the chat. I'm reading the chat. They disowned him. You know, a lot of times the celebrities, you get some celebrities that stand by a celebrity. I stand by so-and-so. Who's standing by Diddy? Who really openly out there has stood by Diddy doing this? I haven't seen it. I haven't seen one person really literally that says, hey, he's a great guy. He didn't do this. He's innocent. This is a witch hunt. I haven't really seen anything. You know, people, you know, I think people are like scattering like cockroaches. Anyone that's been around him are kind of like, whoa, look what happened to Jay-Z. Look what happened to Jay-Z. He got lumped in with this and he got sued. Ultimately, that case got thrown out. The damage was done on Jay-Z. I don't know. I don't think Jay-Z's canceled. I think Jay-Z personally survived this. I think Jay-Z got a great attorney. I think Jay-Z got a good attorney. Actually, Jay-Z got the same attorney as Al Baldwin. Sparrow, he's a good attorney. Good attorney. Got them all. But, you know, Jay-Z, I don't think he's canceled. I think he moves on his allegations unless something else pops up. You know, there was talk like LeBron James. You know, there was a point in time, there was a lot of rumors, speculation. Even we speculated on the channel, and we still don't know what, you know, as far as there ain't no party like a Diddy party. That's what LeBron James said. Ain't no party like a Diddy party. And at the time in November, LeBron James kind of took a leave of absence for a while. And a lot of people were speculating, yo, he's trying to line his ducks, hide, trying to avoid the spotlight centered around Diddy because they were lumping LeBron James with Diddy. Well, there's lots of people that were with Diddy during these freak off parties. Apparently, people attend VMAs. A lot of this stuff happened after the VMAs. Things, parties, scenes, the crowd, or people around Diddy. Who was that around Diddy at the time? A lot of people throw in the name J-Lo. Oh, what do we got? New angle. All the people with the cameras. Who's coming in? So we got multiple camera perspective here outside the federal courthouse, New York City, the great New York City. We were there the other day with one thing I'll give New York City credit for is their wonderful, fantastic 5G streaming capabilities outside these courthouses. When we were out there at Luigi Mangione, it was crystal clear. You could walk around New York City on 5G and stream, and your stream comes out almost perfect with just a cell phone. Comes out great. What's going on? How are you? How's it going? Notice some of the media people, they got all decked up on cameras. They got like 4 or 5 different cameras on them. The cameras, they got all the straps on them and everything like that. They're ready for that because they get the photo. Every photo that they get of someone affiliated with Diddy, they sell it. You work for a network, they sell it. They make money. Some like paparazzi, they get like $1,000 per photo, maybe even more. And then the photos that you see when you Google Diddy court and you see outside the courthouse, usually someone out there that you see here is the one that took the photo. Photo work. I mean, we do it too, you know, in a sense of, you know, broadcasting outside a courtroom. Everyone wants to see who shows up. Like, I personally think, you know, with Moscow, Idaho, and Brian Kohlberger case, when me and Magnolia go to Idaho, we'll be streaming inside the courtroom, but we're also going to be streaming outside the courtroom, because I think it's very important to see who comes and shows and what is going on outside a courtroom in a criminal case. Who shows up? Sometimes an indication beforehand, you see who shows up, might be an indication who's about to testify. Who's there in support? What's going on? Particularly if the prosecution's laying their side of the case and you see a certain person show up that day, safe to assume they're there because they're going to either testify or they're a key part of that particular day. And same with the defense. Defense brings in their people. You get to see who comes. You get to see who comes. I think it's fascinating. Now, one trial I attended to, the biggest circus trial I ever attended, was Bill Cosby. Hands down, Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby was, I went to his trial, attended the entire trial. This was before YouTube. And it was a circus out there. There were literally, but it was crazy because it was like the Me Too movement. The Me Too movement, and a lot of females would come with marching bands, and they would sit there and, you know, call him out, Bill Cosby, but they would be marching in the streets with bands and putting balloons up in the air and blowing bubbles. And it was crazy. They would march around the courthouse while Bill Cosby's on trial with a marching band. No, there were so many people, but there were also people out there in support of Cosby. They were like, hey, hey, hey. And they had like supporters lined up. And every time Bill Cosby would come and go to court, he'd walk down the catwalk and there'd be supporters cheering for him. And then there would be people screaming at him. I would say there was more supporters for Bill Cosby than non-supporters, but it was a circus. People camped out there. People just watching, people trying to line up to get in there.
One shot is generally all you need, right?
That was the biggest circus I've ever covered. As far as a circus atmosphere. Wish I would have done Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp was an interesting case. A lot of people were curious about Johnny Depp. I didn't do Johnny Depp. Alec Murdaugh, lot of media. Alec Murdaugh in South Carolina, Walterboro. There was a lot of cameras out there, more media than ever. It was so much media out there. It wasn't a circus, but there was a lot of people there. Lori Valladolid in Idaho, there wasn't a lot of people out there at all. Went there. I didn't see a lot of people. I went to El Chapo's trial. El Chapo, biggest drug kingpin in the country. Nobody was out there. A lot of these cases, you go to, there's nobody out there. It looks all like big and everything like that because of the courtroom. But once you go outside, there's no supporters out there. Or anti or pro. Yeah, there's a video of me actually at one point when Bill Cosby, I got video. Maybe I'll play it sometime. Couple times when Bill Cosby would come to court, I'd offer him Jell-O. I had like a box of Jell-O. I'd be like, hey, would you like a box of Jell-O, Mr. Cosby? You know, I was trolling him a little bit. There's always room for Jello, Mr. Cosby. His publicist did not like a person that went or rolled around with him. A couple of them. I almost went in more of a position like Cosby, you know, shame on you for what you did. You prepared to spend the rest of your life in prison. Ultimately, he got out. He got convicted, but he won on his appeal. He got out. There's always room for Jello, Mr. Cosby. Do I got that video? Let me see. Maybe I got it. Maybe I'll find it. Hold on. Cosby. No, I don't have that. I think there's a video on YouTube. Maybe. Always room for JELLO. There's always room for JELLO. What type of advertisements did Diddy have? Didn't he have the liquor and the alcohol? There's always room for Jello. Yeah, so this is what we're getting, folks. This is what we're getting here. Nothing spectacular, but it is a view outside the courthouse. Maybe somebody speaks, maybe they don't. Maybe we get an understanding of more. Maybe we don't. Maybe it just stays boring like this. We're not going to stay all day like this, but I do want to see, for a little bit what happens and who shows up, or if anyone out there makes a statement or talks at all. We are outside the courthouse. Jury selection underway. Sean P. Diddy Combs. Outside the courthouse. Oh, these SUVs are the ones that pique my interest. Look. Dun, dun, dun. What do we got? Dun, dun, dun. They're all out there like, who's showing up? Who's showing up? Oh, by the way, the temperature in New York weather. Let me see. New York weather. 62. 62 and weather forecast. Rain. Got rain today. Got a 50% chance of rain into this evening. More or less in the evening. We got rain. Let me see. Radar. I don't see anybody there with an umbrella. Knicks hat. You got a Knicks hat. Rain looks like it's more to the east. Looks like it's raining in Massachusetts and New Hampshire. Sean P. Diddy Combs. Come on in, folks. Come on in. Look, see that guy there, he's been wandering around with his camera and everything like that. I'm wondering a little bit what that's about. As we wait and see, maybe his attorneys come out and make a statement. Maybe they're in there. Maybe this thing ends and there's a deal. Sometimes at jury selection, there's plea deals being made at the very, very last second, wheeling and dealing. Diddy could have came to his senses last night, sitting in his prison cell, and finally said, pull the trigger. I don't want to go through this. One, it's going to cost him a lot of money to take it to trial. Oh, that guy right there, he does a lot of streaming outside the courthouse. I've seen him at Luigi. I don't know what that guy's name was. Let's see. I could find him. I saw him outside Luigi Mangione. He's a YouTuber or a streamer at least. Let's see if I can find him. That guy that we just saw right there, tall guy. Might be out there, maybe not. Diddy trial kicks off today. Diddy on trial. P. Diddy Combs. Bad boy records. Because he's a bad boy for life. People might be saying to Diddy, he ain't going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere. He's locked up for life because he's bad boy for life. He ain't going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere. Nah. I'm the definition of inmate. Blah, blah, blah. I'm the definition of inmate. I would even say that we ain't gone nowhere. Lyrics. How's that go? Diddy. We ain't. Bad boy for life. He said, I'm the definition of half man, half drugs. Ask the clubs. That's what Diddy says. I'm the definition of half man, half drugs. Ask the clubs. Bad boy, that's what's up. Yeah. That life. Look what that life got you. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't. I hope YouTube done catch me with a copyright for singing the song. He's the definition of half man, half drugs. Ask the clubs. Bad boy, that's what's up. After bucks, crews crushing after us. No games, we laughing much. Nothing but big things. Check this hit list. How we twist this. What's changed but the name? We still here. You rocking with the best. P. Diddy wearing an orange vest. Yeah, that's a song. You know, Diddy might be singing some Here, I'll get it for you.
How you doing, man? No.
Diddy might be humming some this one right here. Locked up, they won't let me out. I had a long day in court, stressed me out. Won't give me a bail, they can't get me out. Now I'm headed to the county, got a bid to do here. Gotta do a bid here. I'm living luxurious. I don't want to live here. The walls are gray, the clothes is orange, the phone is broke, the food is garbage. That's Diddy singing. I'm locked up, they won't let me out. That's the P. Diddy remix. Yeah, they got him locked up. They got Diddy locked up. They won't let him out. Diddy. Yo, bro. No, he's dangerous. I mean, the dude is like a mafia boss in the hip-hop industry. I think people, I mean, we've heard the stories. You get Kim Porter, other rival rappers having their homes firebombed or vehicles firebombed. I mean, the guy is a loose cannon. I mean, any normal person. I don't know if you watched the video, Cassie. What happened? That Cassie video years back, hotel. He's in a bathrobe. I mean, that was pretty bad, man. No man should ever do that to any female or even another person. What he did. I mean, it was just egregious and bad. And that's the behavior. That's the conduct that's going to be used against him. They're going to be using that against Diddy. It's coming into play. Everything's coming into play. Not going to be able to beat that with the feds, man. You're just not. Not going to be able to beat it at all. Now they shifted gears here. I wish they would actually put it back out on the streets to see who comes in and goes. Kind of blandish, but we're watching. We're seeing. We're talking. All I can say is you got to be a fool, a complete fool. You're a fool for what he did, but you got to be a fool to try to take this to trial. I understand people have rights and the Constitution says presumption of innocence and everything like that. Good luck with the federal government. Good luck trying to take them on. You think they play fair? They don't play fair. Everyone plays dirty. But these people have crazy resources, power, influence. Feds wheeling and dealing. You'll be shocked over time of who testifies against Diddy, who got a subpoena that we don't know about. People are going to be coming in there testifying, probably his friends he thought were his friends. And he gets blindsided. I think, though, there's a witness list that he doesn't his lawyers know who comes for him. He knows. Now, the question is Diddy working behind the scenes to try to scare these people off, intimidate them? You better not testify against me or your house is burnt down or something crazy. Or it's over for you. Jury selection begins. We are outside the federal courthouse, Manhattan, New York. Not much to see out here now. but we're talking. Let's keep the conversation going. Diddy. P. Diddy. It's getting litty with P. Diddy. Jury selection. Jury selection outside the courthouse. Anything else going on in the world? Tell me. Talk to me. What's going on? What's going on? Heard there was a mass shooting last night. That's a topic that we cover a lot. Glendale. Saw a bunch of police all over the place. What do we got? I had to sneeze. Excuse me. You're a pretty good rapper. Nah, I'm just reading off Genius. Genius.com has the lyrics of every single. No, I had the lyrics, or I had the Genius.com had the lyrics. B. Diddy sing Prison Blues. Let's Johnny Cash. Here's Diddy. Yo, I hear the train is coming. It's rolling around the bend. And I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. I'm stuck in Folsom Prison. Yo, and the time keeps dragging on. That's the Diddy remix. He's going to Folsom Prison. Diddy going to Folsom Prison. What we got? Another one. What do we got? Give me a song. Give me a prison song. Prison songs. I Googled prison songs. System of a Down. That's P. Diddy. He might turn heavy metal. They're trying to build a prison. They're trying to build a prison. You ever hear that System of the Down song? Prison song. Ah, they're trying to build a prison. Jailhouse Rock. What do we got? Jailhouse Rock. Jailhouse Rock. Got Jailhouse Rock. Now, I don't know this song. Elvis Presley. Yo. The warden threw a prison in the county jail. The prison band was there and they began to wail. The band was jumping and the joint began to swing. You should have heard those knocked out jailbirds sing. Let's rock. Everybody rock. That's rock. Everybody rock. It's a whole cell block. We dancing to the Jailhouse Rock. I never even heard that song, so I'm sorry, folks. 1957. Out of my era. I really don't know Elvis songs like that. Jailhouse Rock. Prison songs. What do we got? Zach Williams, Chainbreaker. Sam Hunt, Locked Up. Folsom's Prison. Prison songs. Hip-hop. Hip-hop. We're going to stay with hip-hop. Hip-hop prison songs. Between the Bars. The 20 greatest prison songs of all time. They list Johnny Cash. Folsom Prison Blues. There's Big P. Diddy. He's feeling the Folsom Prison Blues. Look at that. He's in orange. Dude, he looked like he aged significantly here, folks. That is a sketch from him of last week. We were covering that on Friday when he was in there. And, folks, that does not look like the Diddy that we are used to seeing with the parties and everything. This looks like a gray hair, older man. Beaten and broken. He earned it. He earned it. He earned it. I don't have any sympathy whatsoever. He earned it. He earned it. Unless you think this is a witch hunt, unless you think he's being railroaded, unless you think he's 100% innocent of these charges. I don't think so. I don't think so, folks. Bob Dylan, Hurricane. That's another prison song. Elvis Presley, Jailhouse Rock. The Clash. Jail Guitars, Doors. some of these others. Sublime, Jailhouse, Soundgarden, Rusty Cage, Suicidal Tendencies Institutionalized, Black Flag, Police Story, Nas, One Love. Is that a jail song? Oh, Snoop Dogg, Murder Was the Case That They Gave Me. Rico Was the Case That They Gave Me. I know that Snoop Dogg song, right? Murder Was the Case That They Gave Me. Rico Was the Case That They Gave Me. It's P. Diddy. Rico Was the Case That They Gave Me. Rico. Oh, you might hit me up with the Rico. There was a Meek Mill song called Rico and Drake. They might hit me up with the Rico. They might hit me up with the Rico. Rico. Or how about this? P. Diddy doing a little salsa. Rico. Suave. P. Diddy. Rico. Rico. Remember that song? Rico. Suave. I have a little humor this morning, folks. Little humor. Now, that's a funny song, Rico Suave. It's like an old song, like a Latin song. This guy, they bring out this dude with long hair and everything. He's like Rico Suave. Da 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 da. It's P. Diddy. Rico. What was the J-Lo Diddy song? Let me see. Diddy. Diddy song. R. Kelly. He'd be joining the footsteps of R. Kelly. Maybe. Maybe. R. Kelly. R. Kelly. Who gets out first? R. Kelly or Diddy? Doesn't R. Kelly have a 30-year prison sentence? By the way, looking at this article here about R. Kelly, he appealed it, and just the appeals court just the last month or 2 months ago affirmed his 30-year sex trafficking and RICO conviction was upheld by a federal appeals court that concluded the singer exploited his fame over a quarter century for SAing girls and young women, parallel to Diddy's behavior. Almost go side by side. They came up around the same time, right? R. Kelly and Diddy. They came up around the same time. How did it go well for R. Kelly? 30 years. So if R. Kelly's getting 30 years, we've discussed this before. As bad as R. Kelly's case was, Grandpa Diddy used to get freaky. That's what Leroy said. Grandpa Diddy. They were wild people. Back in 20, I mean, they're probably wild to this day, but 20 years ago, when they were all in their 20s, 30s, early 30s, 20s, bad, folks. But we discussed this with Diddy as far as, you know, I think his charges are much worse than R. Kelly. As bad as what R. Kelly did, it is bad what R. Kelly did. But Diddy's is much worse. I think not only with the egregious sex crimes that R. Kelly did and Diddy's accused of, Diddy elevates it to a whole other level of almost every single crime short of murder, and he probably done a murder or got his hands involved with some murders. So if R. Kelly's getting a 30-year sentence, what do you think the going rate for Diddy? What do you think? 40 years? 50 years? 50 years, 40 years. When I went to federal prison and I got 10 years, I got 120 months, followed by 5 years of supervised release, which actually ended up being a 15-year sentence for a non-violent white-collar crime. I went in there and I thought I had a lot, and I did. Instantly, I was surrounded by inmates that were in there for 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years. And what's crazy is the inmates that I was surrounded by, you know, and I did fraud, computer hacking and bank fraud. Okay. Nonviolent white collar, still, you know, you're defrauding a bank that's insured by the FDIC. It's not my money. Okay. Profit for gain, hacking for profit. It's not. The ethics is you hack to exploit what's going on. You share what you've done. You don't profit off of it. And you try to help the people you hack into to plug up their loopholes, whatever like that. Well, I hacked for profit. Own up to it. 120 months in federal prison I got. But when I got there and being surrounded by other inmates that are sitting in federal prison for 20, 30, 40, 50 years for just a little bit of drugs, a handful of crack cocaine, a little bit, a little handful of drugs, particularly like crack cocaine, at the time was these crazy minimum mandatories. And there was people that done, you know, having drugs is bad. Don't get me wrong. And I believe drug dealers should be in prison. And these people were dealers. I mean, they were drug dealers, but they would actually literally get caught with just a bag of crack cocaine. And their sentences were crazy. Meanwhile, the feds were bringing in all these child porn dudes that had like millions of images of kids, victims, and they would get like 5 years. Get like a few years of time. Now they're getting a lot of time, but back then they were getting like 5 years. And that's what really set a lot of these inmates off on the chomos, because I mean, people with small amounts of drugs getting basically life in prison, and then you have these ones that victimize a bunch of children, and they're getting like 5 years at the time. My point is, you think you have it bad, and I thought I had it bad, and I thought it wasn't fair for me, and I went in there with like 10 years for a nonviolent crime. Are you kidding me? Thinking I would only get a year or two in prison, and I got totally blindsided. And that's usually what happens on the federal level. You get blindsided. You think you're going to maybe make off okay. And I'm telling you, when that judge puts that gavel down because of the PSI, and the PSI comes in and there's all these points and it enhances you all the way up the top and the end of the guidelines, judge is almost bound by it. They're not going to go lower than the guidelines unless you show some really compelling evidence, you know, diminished capacity, you cooperated, whatever. Low end of the totem pole of whatever, you know, the judges will go easy on some people, even though convicted of like RICO or things like that. If you're on the low end of the totem pole, because they read, the judges actually read the complaint and they understand the circumstances here. So when you got Diddy literally charged with the worst crimes and he's literally the ringleader of this operation, you don't think the judge is going to go soft on him? These judges aren't intimidated. They ain't getting bought off. The judges will do what the prosecutor asks for, though, most of the time. Most of the time, it's all in agreement. But if that prosecutor, if he gets convicted, those numbers are put him up in so much high category, prosecutors has no choice but to say 40, 50 years life. And the judge is going to go with it. Judge is not going to go because he's P. Diddy, whatever like that. Judge is going to actually, I don't know if this judge would do it. The judge here has an interesting, what's it say? It's Subramanian. I never could say the judge, his full name correctly. Maybe the judge goes easy on him. I don't know. Judges don't like it when people go to trial either. And the system is designed on a federal level. If you go to trial, you get penalized for going to trial, even though people have a right to go to trial. And every defendant shouldn't be penalized simply by going to trial. The federal system is designed, if you go to trial and you lose, you're going to get hammered. You're going to get hammered. The system, the federal system is designed where if you plead guilty, which most people do, you get points reduced for acceptance of responsibility. It's an incentive. So this guy is playing with like literally fire here. I mean, he knows what he did. He knows he did these things. He knows he's involved. And I don't think the feds are just pointing, pinning, just want to just target this guy and just to take him out. No, I mean, there's actual victims here. And the feds know that this guy is involved with no good. Might have had a Jekyll and Hyde type personality. Put on a persona as a successful businessman, whatever. I mean, we know the lifestyle he lived in. But all this could be a facade, and behind the scene, he could be some sort of mafia boss that actually organized hits on people and victimized young women. And the feds is like, enough is enough. He's not going to change his name. Maybe he's profiting off all of this at the time. I mean, the trafficking and all that, I mean, that's crazy. Forcing people to do things against their will is sick. You got to be held accountable for that. And the feds don't play with money or fame. They don't care. The feds have taken out the mafia. They've taken out drug kingpins. They've taken out the Hells Angels. They've taken out transnational gangs. They've taken out Bloods, Crips, GBs, gangs. They've taken out city drug rings, international cartel rings. They've taken out gunslingers, gun dealers. They've taken out everybody, the feds. They've taken out terrorists. And they're going to take out P. Diddy. They're not intimidated. What is somebody going to do? How's somebody going to retaliate against the feds? How are you going to retaliate against the feds? You're going to do some dumb Timothy McVeigh nonsense? What does that do? Nothing. Except give you the needle. He's cooked. He's done. I don't know. You disagree with me? What do you think? He has a standing chance? Does he have a chance to beat this? I don't think so, folks. And I'm only going by my own experience. The thing about it is the feds, like for me, yeah, I know there's probably some people wrongfully convicted that are sitting in prison for a crime they actually did not do. But for me, being in federal prison, now federal prison is a place where the turnover is a lot. And you go to a federal prison, and if you do get a high amount of federal prison time, over time, by design, they transfer you to another prison. You don't. It's very rare if you have a 10-year sentence or longer to stay in the same place the entire time. Your points drop over time because the shorter your sentence gets, your classification goes down if you stay out of trouble and everything, of course. But they also design it where in the federal prison system, most inmates, unless you're out of prison, you're working there or you're doing something they like you or whatever, most of the federal prisons turn you over to another prison after a few years. They don't like to keep people in the same prison extendedly, the same prison. So you go to multiple different prisons. In the course of my 120 months, I've been to 15 different federal prisons, 15 around the country, from Victorville, California to Coleman, Florida, to ADX Florence, Colorado, Leavenworth, Kansas, Butner, North Carolina, Williamsburg, South Carolina, Bennettsville, South Carolina, Beaumont, Texas, Springfield, Illinois, Lexington, Kentucky, Fort Dix, and the other ones, Coleman, Miami, FCI Miami. I like Miami, though. Miami was the best prison to be in because it's out there in the little rec yard, is all like tropical and everything. It's actually nice. I actually like the Florida prisons, federal prisons, better than every place. Texarkana. So many of them. Oklahoma City, FDC Houston, FDC Philadelphia. I don't like the FDCs. They're high-rise buildings. But they transfer you to different prisons. They do it by design. They don't want you to get comfortable at the same location unless you could offer something like Unicor, the prison Unicor system. If you really have a skill or something like that, they might keep you there at that particular Unicor and you stay there, you do your time. But if you ain't working at Unicor, you are most likely going to another prison over time. And whether you like it or not, sometimes people ask for a transfer because they want to keep you within 500 miles, flight miles from your home. They don't honor that. A lot of times they send you far away from your home specifically to punish you, specifically to keep you away from your family, farther away. So you keep moving around. So the course of me in a 10-year span being in 15 different prisons and the turnover in the prisons, because people are coming and going. It's not the same people you see. It's almost like an international space station and people coming and going. I, in a 10-year span, literally probably went across 100,000 inmates. 100,000. I would say 100,000 I've seen. Not one person have I ever crossed paths with in the federal prison system, that was 100% innocent of their crime, that they didn't do it at all. They were railroaded 100%. Not one innocent person have I ever came across that totally did not do the crime. Now, there's people like myself and other people that got way more time than they should. Overcharged, draconian sentences, high sentences, but I've never seen anyone that could say to my face, they are 100% innocent. They didn't do this. That's not how it works on the federal level. They were 100% innocent. Never came across. Always something. Your hands are in. Who's this? Is this Def Jam's record label guy? Russell Simmons? That looked like Russell Simmons. It looked like Russell Simmons smoking a cigarette. That wasn't Russell Simmons, but it looked like Russell Simmons. You never know who's going to pop up at a Diddy trial. Ain't no trial like a Diddy trial. There ain't no trial like a Diddy trial. Right? Live outside of the federal courthouse. Jury selection underway for Sean P. Diddy Combs. Manhattan, New York. So we wait. Good morning, everyone. What about these? Sponsored by Johnson & Johnson. Sponsored by Johnson & Johnson. We'll stay on for a bit and to see what's up. How's everyone feeling this morning? Oh. Jury selection is underway in the Sean P. Diddy Combs federal racketeering and sex trafficking trial. Is he going to plead or not? That is the question. I think at this point it's all guns. It's full blast. You roll the dice. That's the only strategy I see here that the defense could be playing is, again, so many charges. Maybe there's a possibility that he gets acquitted on the most serious charges, convicted. He's going to get convicted of something. Probably everything. If I was a betting man in Vegas and I had all my chips, I would say he's 100% going to be convicted of everything. Serious. But maybe he's rolling the dice thinking the serious charges will not stick. He'll be convicted of something minor and still get the same amount of time that he was offered with the plea deal. Maybe his lawyer, Mark, and his team are telling him, lawyers are, it's numbers. It's a numbers game. It's numbers. Weighing the pros and cons of this. It's a crapshoot. And then on top of that, you're putting your life on the line as a defendant by having your lawyer present the case. Your whole life is in the hands of a lawyer or a lawyer team, which could easily help you or railroad you. Or just give you a zero performance. No help whatsoever. It's crazy. Lawyers too. And this goes with lawyers. Any lawyers in the chat? Some lawyers you might think are good and have won cases in the past, but then when they handle your case or a particular case, they lay a goose egg. Even though they won in the past before and they have a reputation as being a good lawyer, that particular case that they're defending the person, they might not win. Or vice versa. Might have a crappy lawyer, but in your particular case or a particular case, that lawyer might rise and shine and somehow make a miracle and get someone a sweetheart deal or an acquittal. Some lawyers live off reputations because they won one big case. They're known as the best lawyers out there, and you need to hire this lawyer, but they're really overrated. Overrated. One lawyer will take a case just because they won a big case, then they justify their $500 an hour salary. It cost me $750 an hour to be represented by this lawyer. $750 an hour. Think about that. That's a lot. Who affords that? But even on the federal level, you get the high-priced lawyers. What does that really do for you? I guess you would hire a high-priced lawyer if you could try to make a deal, try to get a deal. But to go to trial with a high-priced lawyer on a federal level is dumb. You're literally your money, dude. It's gone. You were wasting your money. You might as well just burn your money. But maybe money's not a thing for Diddy. And he figures, well, I make 5, 10, 20 million a year every year off royalties off my music anyway. I drop 5 million on my lawyer. I don't think his lawyers are costing him more than 5 million on this, but they could. I would think his legal team on this particular case is going to be a 5 million case. I think so. About 5 million. If they're getting more, then it's highway robbery to me. Justin Bieber holds the keys to Diddy. Bieber's been acting a little funny lately. Bieber. I don't know if you've been seeing the videos of Bieber. A lot of viral videos of Bieber lately. Like Justin Bieber. It just seems like he's like really mad at the paparazzi. Like he comes at the paparazzi. He's like, money. He's like he has this thing now. I don't know if you noticed Justin Bieber, but whenever when he's out in the public or wherever, and paparazzi have taken photos. So many videos. He's using this like thing now. He's like, what is it? Are you doing this for money? There's people's lives here. Money, money. It's all about money to you all. Money, 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 money. He gets really snappy at the paparazzi for taking pictures. I mean, these celebrities, some celebrities are really cool with the paparazzi. Like, hey, who are you? I saw a clip yesterday. I guess it was viral. Denzel Washington. He's coming out of like a gym or something. And Denzel Washington is walking to his car and the paparazzi snapping photos. He's like, man, I can't even escape y'all, whatever like that. But then he gets in his car and he opens the door and goes, what's your name? Who are you? Like, how much you get paid doing this? Like, what are you into? And he starts talking to his female paparazzi. And he's like, tell me about your job. Like, what's up? Like, what do you do? Like, why are you just, what do you like? How much you get paid? How much you get paid taking pictures of me? What's this? What do you want to be? Is this your short-term, long-term goal? What? I thought it was pretty cool interaction because you're like, who are the people taking pictures of me? Who are you? How much you get taking a picture of me? What do? You plan to be paparazzi the rest of your life? How are you? And then other ones get real snappy at the paparazzi or the media. Snappy in person, in public. Other ones walk with big entourages. Diddy's the type that walks around with an entourage. Is there videos of Diddy walking around in public streets? So we are waiting to see here. Come on in, folks. Not much excitement this time around, but we are watching. The Sean P. Diddy trial is underway as far as jury selection. They feel they'll have a jury impaneled by the 12th of May. It is the 5th, 7 days, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. So maybe this week, and then trials officially starts Monday, 12th. Opening arguments, the 12th. Week of jury selection, New York City. 8 million people in that area. I think they'll get a jury. How many of the jurors will listen to P. Diddy's music? You know, he was known as the King of New York. The King of New York. P. Diddy. The King of New York. Is it going to be, or does P. Diddy beat this case? And then comes out singing the Rocky Balboa song, Victory. Right? We run this. Mac tight. Brass knuckles and flashlights. The heaters in the two-seaters with the two metas. Senoritas. Kiss rings when you meet us. P. Diddy. Run the city. Show no pity. I'm witty. One Frank's the crook that from the brook. Remember that one, Victory? I'm looking at the Victory. It's going to come out Rocky Balboa. P. Diddy and the Family, 1997. Justice for Kim Porter. Justice for Kim Porter. What happened to Kim? What really happened to Kim Porter? What really happened to Kim Porter? A lot of people think Diddy organized or orchestrated something very bad on Kim Porter. What do you think? Was she murdered? Really murdered? No murdered? Kim Porter, what do you think? Poisoning? People said poisoning. Bad blood between Kim Porter and Diddy, right? Bad blood. Bad boy, bad blood for life. People say she died of pneumonia at 47. Very unusual. I'm 48. Should I be worried about pneumonia? I'm 48 years old. I'm around that age. Should I be worried if I get the pneumonia? What do we got? P. Diddy in the city. We got the P. Diddy Combs. We're sitting here just kind of like waiting and listening. Fox 5 actually is talking about it. Maybe I'll switch over to them. I'm going to send this over to you, Magnolia. I think they're talking about it a little bit, commentating, kind of hear what the commentators say. Magnolia is running a beautiful chat. Good morning, Magnolia. Hey, everyone say hello to Magnolia. Magnolia's in the house. Magnolia is here. She does an awesome job running the stream, getting the photographs, the feeds. She is the better half of JLR Investigates. I wouldn't be here today without the great Magnolia. Magnolia in the house. Former Project Veritas, Magnolia. PV, Project Veritas. Magnolia comes from Project Veritas. Project Veritas roots within the Project Veritas organization. P. Diddy. P. Diddy. P. Diddy. What are his actual charges? RICO, sex trafficking, to name a few. Let me get the actual charges here. P. Diddy indictment. P. Diddy indictment. Actual charges. What we got? It's RICO stuff. I'm reading the complaint. Count 2, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or force and fraud, victim 1. So that's, let's see, count 1. Where's count 1? Count 1 is the RICO. Count 2 is sex trafficking. Count 3, transportation to engage in prostitution. And I think you got additional charge. I'm reading an older indictment.
Not named.
What do we got?
They will also be testifying, and so they're being allowed to keep their anonymity. And be testifying. I haven't seen any indication that they are underage, but I mean, he's facing dozens and dozens of civil suits, and so each one of those, some are from men, some are from women. There was this one from an underage girl. So we've seen a whole lot of different a range here. It's a widespread investigation. I mean, this is his personal life that is associated with his business. They're talking about 20 years. And so the defense is saying, you're taking a look back at this incredibly successful person who liked the party. People wanted to be at his parties. People wanted to be in his orbit. And you're taking a look back and you're only viewing this through a criminal lens. And of course, Diddy, they're going to say, look, Diddy's not, maybe he's not what you like, but this is what he likes. And he was in a position to do what he liked. That doesn't make it criminal. That's what they're going to say. Whether or not the jury believes him, that's the question there. Yeah. So setting the scene, Lower Manhattan, the stakes could not be higher for Sean Diddy Combs. Jury selection will begin in the trial today. Trial expected to last about 8 weeks. He has said he is innocent. He has said he is not guilty. He has said through his attorneys over and over again that he is not guilty. He was offered a plea deal as recently as last week, a couple days ago. He turned that down. He said, no, I don't want that deal. I want to take my chances in court. And yeah, he's taking a chance.
Big chance.
There's the possibility of decades in prison, potentially life in prison. Whether it gets to that, we don't know. So here we are, the start of the case. We're tracking it. We're staying on it. We're streaming about it. And it's Monday morning. It's about 10:15. Still early. You're going to start to hear reports out of the federal courthouse here probably within the next hour or two. Lunchtime is often when. Have you ever been to court? Have you ever served on a jury? It's an experience. If you work a 9-to-5 job and you maybe get 20 minutes for lunch and you're just working, that's not how it works in court. They go an hour and a half in the morning. They take a 15-minute break. Then you get to about noon and you're getting a hard hour for lunch. You're getting a hard hour. Then you're coming back. You're working for about an hour and a half, 2 hours. Then you're taking a 10-minute break. And often you're out of there at 4 or 5 o'clock. All the time, those jurors are not allowed to talk to each other about the case. If they find out that the jurors were talking to each other about the case, they can have grounds for dismissal of the charges. So every time the jury even when they're in this stage, when they're sort of trying to narrow it down and figure out who's who and what's what, those jurors are told very specifically that if they're still a part of this pool, when they're dismissed for the day, for lunch, on break, you cannot talk about this case. And what happens when you're on a jury is you kind of find a bond, for better or worse, with these people who you're serving with, because you know the stakes are high. You know, especially in a case like, even if you're just doing like just a simple case, you're the stakes are high. And so in this case, where things are at this level, this is a jury that's going to have to listen to so much information. They're going to have to process so many different elements. They're going to have to weigh his popularity. They're going to have to weigh his standing, not just in a business as a businessman, but his standing in culture, the culture of music, the culture of hip hop. So we know that the judge here has started the proceedings. That happened shortly after 9:00. He's made a couple rulings on what the possibility of things that are going to be testified. The jury selection is going to be taking place over the next couple hours, days, maybe a couple days, because they got 150 people. They got to narrow it down to 12. I just wanted to add something here that. So those are the initial charges that came out. We have seen some superseding indictments over the last couple of weeks, and those charges of sex trafficking and prostitution-related offenses included. The updated indictment actually expands the allegations of forced labor, now including employees who were allegedly manipulated or threatened into performing both labor and sexual acts. Prosecutors argue that Combs used his corporate entities, Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Enterprises, not only as cover for criminal acts, but also to directly enable abuse by assisting and assigning staff to assist in illicit activities, silence victims, and manage logistics for those freak-offs. I mean, has freak-offs become a word that we're all familiar with now? Did you think about that a year ago if you've been following this case? Now that word freak-offs is part of the pop culture dictionary. The RICO charge, that's count one. We went over it. Often that's what they use to take down mafia members and mafia enterprises. It's not always what they use for an individual like Diddy, but anyway, it now includes both sex workers and staff members as victims of the enterprise, with force and coercion used not only for sexual gratification, but also to secure loyalty and labor through intimidation. So a little that some of the initial charges expanded in that superseding indictment. So that's what we're taking a look at. The prosecution also asserts Combs confiscated phones, isolated people, and made threats to control personal assistants and other employees. It's a new layer of workplace abuse and coercive labor, further strengthens the government's case. That's what the prosecution says. The legal experts who've taken a look at it, that's kind of the way they feel, that he ran this and organized a criminal operation over many years using the resources and reach of his business. That's what the prosecution will say. The defense will say otherwise. And here we go. Starting in the morning, Monday, 9:45. Yeah. By making the judge here, I'm just going to read this. We just got word of this because, again, when you're in federal court, you often don't have your phone with you. So sometimes what has to happen is you get the message, you have to relay it to someone who's outside who can then give that information, or maybe you got to run outside. So anyway, the judge started the proceedings shortly after 9. So they've been in court now for about an hour and 20 minutes, and they made several rulings on what things experts would be allowed to testify about when they take the stand. So in some cases, or I should say in a lot of cases, the jury and the prosecution and the defense, one side will object to what a potential witness is saying or might say. So the defense and the prosecution will have a sidebar with the judge. That sidebar is recorded on the record and will be a part of the record, the law, the actual what's being recorded on the case. But the jurors often don't get to hear what they're talking about because it may or may not be included. Then when both sides, they don't agree, but when both sides make their case, the judge will say sustained, overruled, or the individual has to now answer the questions as we just agreed. So that's what the judge is talking about there, that several rulings on what things experts would be allowed to testify about when they take the stand. So that's our first little update. It's a little update, not a big one, but that's sort of the first update that we got there. All right, 10:20 Monday morning. We are streaming on our YouTube channel.
So there's a big line for media to go in there.
Lower Manhattan.
For media.
The Diddy trial. Here we are. Imagine that. All right, so check back in with us later. We'll be tracking this throughout the rest of the day. You can check out all our updates on fox5ny.com, our YouTube page. I'm going to take my tie off and get a little sip of water. All right, good stuff, guys.
Yo, so there's a large presence of media. And I never could say the judge's last name correctly. Subramanian. If I say that wrong, I apologize. I hear different people pronounce the judge's name different ways. We're going to try to get some updates of what's going on inside. From people in there now. But if he is found guilty, he's literally spending the rest of his life in prison. That's the stakes here, as discussed. At the very least, decades, which, you know, at 55 years old, 40 years is a life sentence. Particularly when the federal government does not give good time. Speaking of federal government, Trump administration said that they're going to open up Alcatraz. This would be the type of place P. Diddy would go to if convicted. Alcatraz. They're planning on opening up Alcatraz back up. And they want to send the worst of the worst to Alcatraz. Diddy would not, under any circumstance, go to a normal general population prison on its conviction. He's either going to ADX, Florence, Colorado, or he's going to one prison with select high-profile inmates. So Inner City Press, which is a good journalist in New York City, is in the courtroom this morning. Diddy is in formal dress and wear, reading glasses, has 8 lawyers. Diddy has 8 lawyers in there. My goodness, 8 lawyers. Diddy has 8 lawyers. That's what's being reported. All rise, judge says. Judge says, I have composed a list of prospective jurors who, based in their questionnaire answers, I don't propose to do individual Q&A with. The list of people and places is so long, I thought it was an index to the Lord of the Rings. So it's all about juror questionnaire right now. Juror questionnaire. Five counts: racketeering, kidnapping, sex trafficking for prostitution, 2 victims, and male commercial sex workers. So the first week of the court hearing, it's going to be from 9:30 to 5. And then after that first week, it's going to be 9 to 3 every day. So 6 hours. 6 hours every day. What's going on out there? What do we got going on, folks? Come on in. We're going to put some tweets up shortly to show what's going on in there. Magnolia is filling us in on what's going on in there. Welcome aboard, folks. P. Diddy jury selection is underway right now in this moment outside the federal courthouse. It's all going down in there. One of the biggest hip-hop artists of all time is on trial, facing numerous serious charges, including sex trafficking and RICO-type cases. The United States of America against Sean P. Diddy Combs. Indictment. Trial. Expected to last 8 weeks. About 2-month trial. 2 months. 2 months, couple weeks. 8 to 10 weeks, they say. It's probably included with the jury selection, which is probably going to take a week here for the jury selection. And as soon as we get more information, we will relay that too, as real-time stuff is coming. Oh, that guy too was also outside the Luigi Mangione. I remember that guy. Let's see if I can find his stream. See what his name is. There's a couple people out there that are streamers that are out there. They're calling this a live stakeout camera. Let's see if I can find him. Yeah, I love to hear all the different opinions too. I agree, Miss Alabama. I like hearing all your different opinions. Let your opinions out. This is a place to let your opinions out. We want to see and listen to all opinions. Anyone feel that Diddy is innocent here? Oh, we actually have a. I'm gonna share a photo. Give me a second. Let me get this up. I'm gonna send this over to you. We have a supporter running around out there. I'll get it up in a few. There are supporters out there for Diddy. Somebody running around there with a free Puff Daddy, free Diddy, free Puff shirt. Outside the courthouse. Come on in, folks. JLR Investigates. Sean P. Diddy Combs on trial starting. The jury selection has started. Next week would be opening once they impanel, if they impanel a jury. They will. They will. There's a supporter. Got a supporter. Free Puff. And there is Diddy right there. Last week. Now, is he going in shaved today? I believe he could be shaved. He's wearing a suit flanked by 8 lawyers. A suit flanked by 8 lawyers.
All right, so basically, when they come out, if they come out to talk, Hartman is nervous that we're not gonna get the best shot. So we gotta say, hey, can you guys bring the podium over to the middle a little bit? So that's our main directive today.
First say the guy had to stand, and they said no, you can't have the one stand. And the guy cleared it, struck it, and then 5 minutes later, standard said, okay, the best yourself will be there. It's like the guy came back and he put it there. And I told that to Brian Michael, and I said we tested it, and it's a clear shot. It's just a little profile.
Since we're full, like we gotta get that. So all right.
But he knows that you won't.
Well, okay, better get over it. Yeah, they were.
For people that are coming back in the chat, possibly somebody coming out to talk. We're waiting to see what's going on. The courtroom was packed and is packed with media. All right, you see it's starting to rain out there. Starting to rain. Starting to rain outside the courthouse. You can see the raindrops keep falling on my head. When it rains, it pours on P. Diddy. Thunder clouds in the sky over P. Diddy's head. Ain't no sunshine when it's gone. Yeah, Nippy. He's definitely looking old. That was a photo of him on Friday. Now, I believe he shaved today. That's the way I'm seeing it. He's looking a little spiffy today with a suit. We're waiting for the first art sketch to come out of what he's, what his attire is. Jury selection. That's a big, big deal. I hear some trash trucks out there. It's Monday. It's trash day. It's trash day. Somebody's taking out the trash today.
Oh, I thought you worked that fast. Well, sometimes 5 minutes quick.
NFT, thank you. Thank you for the support. We're gathering up more info here to find out what's going on. I'm going to read on P. Diddy. There was a growing line out there earlier with media people, but not spectators, though we showed one person there with a free Diddy, free Puff shirt. It's just going through the questionnaire right now. See a lot of people coming into the chat. Welcome, P. Diddy. Donna, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Looks like the rain kind of stopped. Let me look at the radar out there. Yeah, it's little scattered showers in the area. Passing through. More 50% chance in a bit. It's crazy because the rain is actually coming from the southeast. It's going to be pushing up into that area.
So will it come on the speaker? Okay.
Annette, thank you for the support. Thank you. All right, so they're still going, over prospective jurors, the questionnaire, ironing out through that. I mean, we got a full blast here. Everybody wants to know what's up with the P. Look at who are those? Lawyers. Everyone wants to see what's going on outside of Diddy trial. Well, this is it.
I haven't seen it a while ago, but I love seeing this nice snap.
They say there ain't no trial like a Diddy trial. There ain't no trial like a Diddy trial. Ain't no trial like a Diddy trial.
That's our scheduled time. I already gave the director that like a heads up. Like one more thing like the last minute, so I'll probably do like a half hour. Oh, it's only 26th Street to something. Oh, no, but going up there, all I really need is 3 cameras and 3 monitors. No, there's no light. No, not even presetting. The historical is just bringing it all in the cards. 3 cameras, 3 sticks. Sound. Actually, sound. The guy's gonna meet me, but I bring it off the table. Yeah, the thing is, they want us out of the studio. Like, the studio's pretty strict on the hours. Yeah, but it's too far. Like, no, I know, but I don't think we really change it. I mean, plus, he's gonna the EP Lucas Alcatraz said he was gonna try to because he was trying to give us our usual like 2.5, 3 hours, setup time, and he said you need that, and I said no, I said it's a quick curve, so we could do it at 2, so I tried to move it up to 10, and then start the first interview at 11, and the interviews only go like 45 minutes, and then the second one we start at 12, and then we'd be in pretty good shape, and then by 1 o'clock, then we do these quick intros. That goes.
Whatever you saying, if I ain't saying nothing, my face is it.
First time he's ever coincided with the same day. staff. He was like they awarded him the contract for all the New York area. Yeah, and that's pretty much how it is now. But if I wasn't able to do it at all, then he asked me, he said, can you recommend? I would have recommended probably Sal. Because the rest of the crew could have done it. It's just I couldn't. Evidently, Sal had a close call, like it was suburban. He used to have a suburban like mine. Tommy K said he was driving somewhere. I guess somebody stopped short in front of him. He jammed on his brakes, and he almost got killed by all the C-stands in the head. Like, and that's the same one. Like my C-stands were in the gun case, you know, on the back, you know, floor. But he kept a lot of stuff. He took like the back seat out of his car because he had so much stuff. And he would always stack it up. And when he jammed on the brakes, like things like came up, I think broke the windshield. Like just they're like, you know, it's moving. I think so. He just yeah. So then, well, I don't know what. Yeah, probably was. I mean, he probably did okay with insurance. But when I saw the vehicle and I saw Tommy K, I was saying, yeah, it's just like yours. And he told me about that accident. Wow. He said, you know, didn't realize what a close call driving these things without a cage. So he went and got the big Mercedes like Tommy K. So when the chopper crashed in Jersey City, he and I seen him for the first time in a long time, talking back. And he told me, and then I saw the vehicle. Wow. Look at that setup. He's got a brake light. And I wonder if they recorded right on the highway. 62. No.
Yes. See, I was doing but I got hit with the truck. They go like shit. Outside. And then the people that say the certain. I said, come on, guys.
But there's no way I'm going to eat this cookie. So I'm going to take it home. I know. No. I take cookies you give me. I'm dying to have some. I'll say, you want to eat it? You want to eat it today? Maybe later on, but I don't want to just sit here. You're welcome to have a part of it. I've really been doing better cutting down all bread, which is rough. Because when I go to Just wants it up for a buck.
And I can't do it like this and try to, I just have to tell you.
Yeah, it's fine. A little bit of dust. Right? Good for me. Yeah.
I don't know if you guys seen that, but Michael B. Jordan and Mike Myers have been listed.
So Rob got this
Names. Everyone wants to know about names. Well, we got Michael Jordan and Mike Myers mentioned to the jurors. Why? Why? Makes it very, very interesting, folks. Come on in. JLR Investigates. Jurors been asked about certain names of individuals, which is interesting.
but he's been there like he's like a legendary.
So what does that mean?
I don't even know if he's still working there, but he put up a post of like portrait interviews with these guys. No, I would have remembered it. One of that guy was like right up at that same level. But anyway, no, well, Greg and Rocky said something, commented on the nice look it was, and said all that he had to do back in the day in film, and all the work it was to get achieve that look. And so he was being real complimentary. Rob chimed right in and said, "Oh wow, Greg coming out here." And but it was about how the new cameras, like the FX9, can do stuff that took so much work for the old film cameras. You know, with the sensors. You know, and then the good lenses, like 1.2, you know, all that. Rob, years ago, he did something he posted like a attractive woman, like a body in a car. Yeah. And the lighting was just like, you know, you couldn't take your eyes off it.
All about the lighting. After you told Barb, we're doing another shot.
He did ask my
So we got name drops.
Yeah. I need that.
No, we didn't have any. They have the brackets, like the sign on the brackets. didn't know. I could have done it. I have it right in the truck that I used.
All right, so share your thoughts on P. Diddy. This is a place to share your thoughts on P. Diddy Combs. Share your thoughts. Come on in. Share your thoughts. What's your thoughts on P. Diddy Combs? Probably they'll be going for a lunch break soon. Maybe.
If I walk by and see me on TV, like, I was here, but now I have the story behind me. That's
On the way back, he might have stopped when you were here. He might have stopped.
There was an issue with a juror remarking that a certain photo she saw looked like it could be damning. The judge was inclined to dismiss her, but P. Diddy's lawyer insisted.
that's what I've been waiting for. You don't have that many that say it.
So I'm ready to expect you to 33.
And not try to.
Even though some jurors stated they know about the case, names, and places involved, they asked them if they could still be fair, and they said yes. Judge not really excluding anyone for those reasons. Good to know. Thank you, Magnolia. One person was dismissed because they said they just started a new job, but this process is moving very swiftly. Oh, could we have a jury impaneled by the end of the day? Is that even possible? Remains to be seen. Stay tuned. Juror number 20 is trying everything she can think of to get out of this. Judge is unmoved and told her if she's selected, she won't be going to any of the things she listed as excuses. So people might try to say, I want to get out. I got to go to a baseball game. I got to attend my kids to school. I got to do this. I got to do that. Judge not moved by that. Could get picked. She said she had a training scheduled in mid-May, and the judge was like, well, you won't be going to that. Ooh, judges ain't playing around, huh? Every time a potential juror answers yes to recognizing any of the names involved, the judge chalks it up to them being celebrities. So even that is not making any difference to the judge. It just seems like what I'm hearing and seeing is the judge is unmoved by anyone trying to make excuses to get out of this. People say, oh, I got all kinds of things. Well, you're just going to have to put that on hold, right? I can't do it because I have to do this. Juror 20 just outed herself as a criminal who stole a wand from Disney World. And also that she liked a meme about the baby oil on Instagram. She's trying everything, y'all. Juror number 20 is trying to get out of this, saying, I looked up baby oil on IG, and I stole a wand from Disney World. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. That's crazy.
If you're interested, I don't know. Guys here at the agency's local guy put out the scan. I don't know if you want to try to get it closer. I don't know. It's here. Otherwise, we just wait here. Maybe we're better off just doing it.
Juror number 20 failed in her attempt to get out of this. Neither side had any challenge. There you go.
That's craft services. Look, Sarah has quite the Instagram page.
All the way.
Who is? Oh, yeah. Where's she going? Is that, all right. You work?
Do you think the jury will be sequestered? Great question. I don't think so. I haven't heard anything about a jury being sequestered. But if I'm wrong, let me know. I haven't seen any indication the jury will be sequestered. I mean, why sequester a jury on this case when pretty much everyone knows who Diddy is? I don't see the logic to that, but it could be a possibility. It's a great question, though, Gina. They sequestered? You mean sequestered for a long, long time? This trial is supposed to last 8 to 10 weeks.
It's amazing. They have these two women have a great the iPhone, proper, and then a quick line.
People coming in the chat, we are on media stakeout outside the P. Diddy Combs trial. Jury selection is underway. How quickly will a jury be impaneled? Well, I don't know, but they pretty much have all week because it appears opening starts next week. Could speed up. They have a rough estimate of May 12th as this jury being picked by the 12th. We'll see. But it looks like it's been going pretty fast this morning thus far. Someone responded to me on Twitter, baby oil needs to be held accountable, and legally accountable he will be. Would like to see the Diddy list, like the Epstein list in full. And that's what a lot of you, and that comment is interesting because that's what a lot of people seem to be gravitating towards. They want to see the Diddy list. They want to see if names get mentioned and float around. High prominent people on P. Diddy's level. A lot of people say Justin Bieber. Some people say J-Lo and other rappers in that mix. Around that 2000 time, because we're talking about conduct that is centered going back decades. The King of New York, Diddy, the freak-offs, the parties. People want to know names. And people think other people's lives. LeBron James, his name gets thrown out there. I mean, there's quite a few names, rumor-wise. Have I missed anyone in general? Who do you think also is on that list? Who do you think is on the list? Rappers and hip-hoppers. People put out Prince Harry. People put out rappers. There's certain rappers. I've heard Busta Rhymes. $50 Cent had been warning people a long time about the Diddy stuff. 50 Cent was like calling Diddy out when he made that settlement with Cassie. He's like, yo, the shark's about to come in. That was dumb. Like, he settled quickly with Cassie. Thought all this stuff would go away.
Except yours, Jim. Oh, man.
Probably the stuff with Cassie is going to be used against him. the Diddy trial will most likely be opening arguments. I would say Monday. We'll see. I don't think they speed it up. I think they really have a week. And even if they impanel a jury in the next couple of days or even today, you think they'll speed it up? Maybe they might. I don't know. But I assume that they'll just say, hey, opening, we got a jury opening next Monday. Because I think they are impaneling a jury because so far the indications is it's going smoothly. Then it comes into once he's on trial, who testifies? Who testifies? It's a great question. We'll put some stuff up on juror number 22 in a few. Juror number 22. I mean, if you're a juror and you really want to get out, why don't you just say you're hearing voices and you see aliens and Diddy's going to go to the next Milky Way or something. You say some crazy stuff. Like if you're a juror and you really want to get out of this by saying, well, I got some scheduling and stuff like that, just say, he's an innocent man and there's no way the government's going to convict this guy. Just start rattling off stuff. If you really want to get off this, just start saying crazy stuff. Don't really make it, well, like, oh, well, tough that you're missing a soccer practice or something. That's tough toodles. Get over it. But really sit there and act bizarre or say bizarre things at least. So, yeah, say you were at one of his parties. Hey, I was at a freak-off party. He's innocent. I didn't see him do anything wrong. Hey. Yeah, you probably could go to jail for lying on that. Yeah, I think they're under oath, right? They raise their hand. I mean, they would have to actually have intent, but just say some wacky stuff. Say some wacky things, man. Say whatever on your mind. You say I 100% believe he is innocent. Don't say guilty, because if they're guilty, the prosecutor might want you on the juror. Say, oh, 100% he's innocent. He didn't do it. He's being framed. The earth is flat. He's set up. This is a cover-up. Or just say, I don't take oaths. I don't take oaths. Yeah, you might get an obstruction. I mean, if you really, how are they going to say what you think? How are they going to be able to criminalize what you think if you sit there and say, hey, I think the guy is innocent? We have a sidebar regarding juror number 22. Juror number 22 is being up there right now. Something about disorderly conduct. I don't know. We'll recap juror number 22, but we got a sidebar up there. They're plucking through the jurors right now. Come on in, JLR Investigates. We are live outside the federal courthouse, New York City. Miss Alabama says, if you are being questioned for jury duty under oath, just be honest, people. I guess it wouldn't be far-fetched to say, well, you know, I think he's innocent. I think he's innocent. I think he's guilty. I used to listen to P. Diddy. I bought all his records. It'd be interesting if a juror goes, I think he killed Tupac. I think he killed Tupac, Your Honor. Oh, that's not what we're here for today. But I think he killed Tupac. Tell the judge you're Diddy's pen pal. All right, this is the information that was brought to me. Juror 22 is a major issue because she doesn't understand the law. She said she has trouble understanding authority, does not understand why it's USA versus Combs and not a person versus Combs. Hey, that's an interesting. That's what juror number 22 is saying. She doesn't understand why it's not a person against Combs and why it's the U.S. versus Combs. She revealed she's a victim of SA by a dentist she worked for and made remarks that abuse happens every day. She's very emotional. It's juror number 22. It's almost like the state. When the state indicts somebody, arrests somebody, it's like the state of something versus somebody. Why didn't a person? Isn't it supposed to be the state represents the victim, the federal government represents the victims. Some people have argued, why isn't the victim versus the perpetrator? They say, no, ain't no trial like a Diddy trial. Welcome aboard, folks. Sidebar. We got some hugs. Diddy with gray hair. Oh, Diddy with gray hair. Diddy decked out in a suit, blue suit, gray hair, little white. Look at that. More looking much different. Older. 55 years old. That's how old he is. 55 years old. Here's some new images out of P. Diddy in the courtroom today for jury selection. Decked out in a suit, hugging what I would assume would be his lawyers. Do you think that's a wise decision to make himself look older, more astute, more? Does that help him in any way? You know, he could shave the facial hair off to maybe make him look younger. I don't know if he can control the gray hair, white hair. You can't get just for men in prison. But this is going to be a whole different look. Will the older look help him in any way with any jurors that feel sorry for him or say, well, I can't put this guy behind bars. He's old. I'm not saying gray hair, you're old with gray hair, but let's be real. When you have gray hair and sticking out, you're older. You're getting older. We all age. We're all aging every day. I got gray hair. Doesn't show it, but I got gray. I got gray. I got gray. I'm 48 years old. I'm gray. He's not much older than me. It's really hard for someone old to go to prison for the first time when they're older in their latter years of life. Latter years in the life, you're supposed to accumulate your fortune off your hard work and kind of live out your life and enjoy the rest of the latter years of your life, your accomplishments. But a lot of people make mistakes. They go in their younger years. They made mistakes. They go to prison when they're young, hopefully learn from that mistakes. And then the back end of their life, they can live life. Or you could be productive and then make a mistake and go to prison later on in your life. I think it sucks to go on later on in your life. My personal opinion. I would be horrified if I went to prison at 60 years old or 50 years old. Because you're running around with younger people, crazies, gang members, and all that stuff. And, you know, your body's old. You're older. You're tired. Juror number 22 was sent back to the jury room. Judge overruled the defense attorney's challenge of her. Then the defense attorney asked for a bathroom break. The judge was annoyed but agreed to a break. Bathroom break. Bathroom break. Come on in, folks. JLR Investigates. Jury selection happening right now. Seems like the judge might be a little annoyed on things. P. Diddy supposedly has 8 lawyers. 8 lawyers in there. A lot of lawyers. The question is, well, like, Diddy, where would he, what do we got here? We got a law and crime, or we got a reporter. So let's listen in.
Wearing regular. This morning, potential jurors received. And tonight, just just a few miles uptown from where we are at the courthouse. Here is the Met Gala. This is a star-studded event.
I can't because I can't keep the shot of mine. It's all right. I'm still fine. It's still hanging over it. It's not 5 inches cut.
Is what we know as of right now. Now, Combs faces several charges, including sexual assault, sex trafficking, drugging, coercion, and racketeering. Several dozen prospective jurors got a brief description of the charges against Combs this morning, and jury selection could take several days, with opening statements and the start of testimony expected sometime next week. Let's get right to Fox 5's Michelle Ross, who is live from outside of the courthouse in Lower Manhattan with more on today's developments. Michelle.
Hi there, Bianca. Potential jurors, after they received that brief explanation of the charges against Diddy, the judge also reminded them that Diddy has pleaded not guilty to all of the charges and that he is presumed innocent. Diddy walked into the courtroom hugging his attorneys. We also saw him in regular clothing, not his usual prison uniform. He wore a sweater with a white collared shirt underneath and gray slacks. Now, the jury will be anonymous, and this is often the case in high-profile trials to protect potential jurors from harassment. Now, jurors are being questioned one by one, and the court hopes to seat a panel of 12 of them, plus 6 alternates by the end of the week before opening statements begin on Monday. The trial is expected to last around 2 months, and we can expect prosecutors to argue that Diddy used his power to force women to participate in drug-fueled orgies that lasted days, known as freak-offs. Diddy's defense team says everything was consensual, and his attorney, Mark Igdifilo, said during a hearing last month that there's nothing criminal about a swinger's lifestyle. One of the 4 alleged victims expected to testify during this trial include R&B singer and ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura. And tonight, just a few miles uptown, is the Met Gala. This, of course, was an event that Diddy attended for years. It's an event full of glamorous fashion and also fundraising, but instead of heading there tonight, Diddy will be going back to his jail cell before coming back here tomorrow. We're live outside federal court in Lower Manhattan. Michelle Ross, Fox 5 News.
All right, Michelle, thank you for the update. And joining us now for more on this is Eric Rudish, managing partner and senior litigation consultant at Blueprint Trial Consulting. Eric, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, so the question right off the bat here is that with Diddy's name all over the headlines, how do lawyers even begin to seat an impartial jury?
Well, the first step is the juror questionnaire. I'm sure there'll be several questions asking prospective jurors what they know about the trial and, more importantly, what opinions they formed about the case.
Yeah.
So that's going to certainly provide a good deal of information for each side to know if a prospective juror can be fair and impartial in this case.
Absolutely. Now, I know that the prosecution is painting this as a years-long criminal operation. So what does the defense have to do to maybe dismantle that narrative?
Well, I mean, first step is obviously selecting a jury that's going to be, for both sides, fair and impartial. So looking at the questionnaire and seeing what opinions people have or experiences related to sexual abuse, sexual lifestyle, views towards law enforcement, whether they've have negative view of law enforcement, feel that law enforcement unfairly targets individuals, particularly minorities.
Yeah.
So, people are going to look through that evidence through their own lens, and their lifestyles, experiences are going to certainly be a big factor in how jurors view this case.
So for the defense team, what would be the ideal juror that they would want seated on this?
So the ideal juror would be someone who potentially has more favorable attitudes or experiences towards, hip hop culture,
Okay.
has a maybe non-traditional sexual lifestyle, maybe has had negative experiences with law enforcement. So, someone who, with those experiences and attitudes can certainly be much more receptive to some of the evidence that the prosecutor is going to bring forth against Sean Combs.
You brought up the issue of the evidence. A lot of the evidence is going to be very graphic. So how do you bring that out there to the jurors without alienating some of them?
Right. It's all going to be about the witnesses that come forth for both the prosecution and the defense, and for Sean Combs is a team to put that evidence, particularly the visual evidence, into context.
Yeah.
And it might be the kind of case that Sean Combs may need to testify to provide his story to the jurors.
Do you think he will?
Probably not.
Yeah.
But that might be a decision that might be made, during the trial to see how the trial is going. But typically defendants, as you know, do not testify.
Yeah. They don't want to get themselves in any more trouble than they are already currently in.
Exactly.
Makes a lot of sense. All right. Well, we certainly appreciate you being here and in breaking this down for us. It's going to be a complicated process, obviously, but the world will be watching.
Yes,
especially
for sure.
a case like this.
Thank you.
You'll have to come back on to talk more about it. Thanks so much for being here. All right. More news after this.
All right. Expert analysis, right? We'll put his photo back up. There you go.
But my market umbrella that I have in the truck, that's like about another foot. Yeah. And a half in diameter. Yeah, but I got a powered speaker stand for it. Oh yeah, yeah. And it just goes up and oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, that's what we were out overlooking the thruway, right? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. And I had the big generator, the inverter right there. Yeah. I know. That was but that's one time I guess she doesn't find that location. Right. It doesn't make sense to go out to that peninsula because you wouldn't even see the, it's just like foggy. You wouldn't see the bridge anyway.
All right. So, yeah, they're still going through the jury picking. This might be a multiple day affair.
But I'll tell you something. I've covered the Thanksgiving Day parade years past, driving rain a couple times, and I never could dream that the diaphragm is hold that. And it was like dripping, and I had the the socket. Yeah, the fuzzy. But it still got wet, and you could hear it like really pelting you through that. Huh? No, the 416. Just because it wasn't raining when we started, we were trying to get sound from the people in the inside. Oh, it wasn't. No. So got saturated. I let it dry out, and that was over 10 years ago. And it's worked. My egg go to 416. I had a 416. I tried to. Last night on the radio, the weather was like they call it ground.
The first two celebrities to be named at Diddy's trial were Mike Myers and Michael B. Jordan. Their names were read out to a potential juror from a list of people and places that may come up throughout the trial. Well, that's interesting, right? Michael Myers, Michael B. Jordan. By the way, Michael B. Jordan is not the Michael Jordan that you think. He's an actor and producer and director. He was on The Wire. And he was Reggie Montgomery in All My Children. His name popped up. What's going on with Michael B. Jordan? Michael B. Jordan. Why is his name being dropped? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Folks. Kanye West has been name dropped. Dun, 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 dun. Kanye West has been name dropped by the judge. What does that mean? Whoa. Dun, 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 dun. So the judge says in the court, please take a seat, to the potential jurors. Anything about your views on Kanye West would make you unfair. This going to a juror. No. What do you know about this case? The judge says. Juror, accusation of violent behavior. I saw the hallway video while at the gym. Dragging, I saw. Uh-oh, folks. Kanye West has been name dropped. Why is the judge asking a juror about Kanye West? Kanye West has been name dropped. That is interesting. You know, Kanye's Rockefeller back in the day. Man, we could be seeing some serious names involved here down the line. Kanye West has been name dropped.
Yeah, also, got the door right there.
So they're on juror number 28 right now. I wonder if the judge is going to say next. Your thoughts on Jennifer Lopez, a.k.a. J-Lo. Very interesting stuff, folks. I think the judge is going to eventually start. But that's kind of a hint how some of these people could be mentioned at trial.
I might have told you this story. John Sebastian sent us up to his house in Woodstock. Yeah. And he bought the house with the royalties back in Woodstock. And so there's this new show, ABC on magazine show called Turning Point. Real long format. Yeah, great show. And I was with the main shooter, Rick Hall. So we drive up there, and I love John Sebastian. I was like starstruck when we were going to his house. It's such a great musician. It's great. I grew up on his songs. No, all kinds of, and but he did mention that song "Paid for the Royalties." He was telling the stories of being choppered into Woodstock concert in '69. They added him like towards the end, like fill in. So he said yes, and so it's all closed, bumper to bumper, traffic's jammed. So they choppered him in. And so they're choppering him in. He just explained what the rush was, like coming in and seeing a sea of people. And then there was a clear place near the stage to land. So he gets off the chopper and he goes in and he's like backstage with all the other performers, Hendrix and all these, like Johnny Winter and Sly and the Family, so they're all hanging out and everybody's really partying, right? So they had all this, right? Yeah, like they all like, no, just, so they had all pooled their money to, so they had a pile on like a piece of tea, whatever, and it was started to rain. And they had like on the stage, it was all like put together, like nailing to by So they had plastic over it, like a big tarp. So they're all like surrounding it, just like waiting to start, like dive into it. And all of a sudden, a little wind came and blew the water like this, and it all shot down directly on it, and that was the end of it. And here they are, just like, and they were just staring at it like they couldn't believe what they're seeing. But just great stories. And it went on. It was beta camp. So we're like drinking, and the longer take, we're like one after another, and I was just like, loving every, it was just like hanging on every word. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Legendary. I don't think so. Yeah. Back then it was like I think it was newer than the HL95 or something. It was like the Sony 400. Well, summer in the city, all these, yeah, all these features. One band that lives in my neighborhood plays at the place where I order food now. Is a band called the Live Kick, and they did their one hit wonder was I just remember the melody of it. Hold on to a little piece of my heart now. And the trumpet was. I'll think of the name of it, but it was just something that you, when you heard it a million times on the radio. I think it was called Hold On. No, not that. It was like, that was a good song.
We're gonna learn some more here. Whoa, the rain is coming down. Looks like a large rain coming from the. I'm looking at the radar here. Rain, rain. It's raining down on P. Diddy Combs. It's raining down on P. Diddy Combs. Yes.
The problem is they don't commit. You know, so they firm book this like Friday and Saturday, and then another to tomorrow or to the week. They won't firm it. They don't want to take it back. So how many people were talking on each side of it? Like 6 people? Like when they recorded, like how many people do you have to mic up in front? Oh, just. But what about the host, like the back and forth? I have a little bit. I don't know. So, yeah. Yeah, but they throw it to him. So you have, yeah, but still you have to take. Yeah. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. You also do wheel? I have more bags. Still do wheel? And it's working all right. Seacrest? Yeah.
Rain is coming down. Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi, K-I-D-C-U-D-I has been mentioned. Whoa. We have another name. We have another name mentioned by the judge. No, mentioned by a juror. What's going on here? Kid Cudi. That name got dropped. I don't know the scenarios here. CUDI. The judge asked the juror, any people on the list you recognize? Anyone on the list you recognize? And a juror said Michael B. Jordan and Kid Cudi. Cudi? Cudi? Kid Cudi? Kid Cudi? We have a new name. Whoa. Means, wasn't that the firebombing stuff? Car explosion? Ah, what's on this list? Who else is on this list of victims or anyone? You know, it's interesting that the judge said any people on the list you recognize, and Michael B. Jordan was on the list. So the question is, Michael B. Jordan, is he a victim or is he a witness? Or is he part of this plot? His name got dropped. Michael B. Jordan, this kid, Cudi, and Kanye West. I would say, based off the stuff with the car and Diddy firebombed his car a long time ago, I would say he's a victim. And this is all going to be mentioned at his trial with the firebombing of his car. Forbes article, I have it in front of me. It's been talked about. An unnamed victim between December 2011 and 2012, which came out in the Cassie Ventura lawsuit about Combs blowing up a car owned by rapper Kid Cudi. And if I'm not saying his name, I don't know the guy. So if I'm saying his name wrong, but his name just got mentioned by a judge. Cudi, like muddy. Cudi like muddy. I'm being informed. Cudi like muddy. Cudi like muddy. Oh, the waters are muddy here, folks. It looks like the Kid Cudi firebombing is going to be part of this case here. Oh, boy. Firebombing? So the jury's going to hear about the firebombing of this rapper's vehicle that was mentioned in court docs on the Cassie Ventura lawsuit, which was unnamed, by the way, but they came out and said it was Kid Cudi. Whoa. This is going to be interesting. See, some stuff is getting revealed as the jury's hearing things. The jury's asking. There's supposedly a list there, a list of names. They're also saying a potential juror worked for HBO. People are saying it's weird that someone from HBO is a potential juror. Rufio says Kid Cudi is a participant. Some people are saying victim, other people saying he was a participant here. So what do we have here? Tony's Place says any potential jurors in the entertainment industry should be recused. Got to be impartial here. I tend to agree there. Rain is coming down.
So AccuWeather app free, or just AccuWeather? I paid for it. I might do that now, and then I might upgrade after.
Alert, alert. Sirens. Magnolia puts, OMG, Mark actually had a valid objection to Juror 29, who works at HBO. We discussed HBO, who just released a documentary recently called The Fall of Diddy. But even that did not sway the judge. He overruled the lawyer. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Judge is allowing anybody on, more or less. Potentially to be on.
Yeah, maybe it could be a little bit. I'll just raise it a little bit. All right, thanks for the heads up. It was just like a. Of course, yeah. Yeah.
Media stakeout, folks. Come on in. JLR Investigates. People are coming in the chat. Welcome. All are welcome here. Give us your opinion on P. Diddy, Combs. Jury selection underway. Looks like they're going through. They're about near juror number 30 now. See, they're saying one of the jurors, I recognize the name of Kanye West. Kanye West is on this list. I'm a chief marketing officer at Simon & Schuster. We have a book by another hip hop artist. It's a memoir. What is this? An autobiography. Do you believe me now? By a male artist. Yes. So somebody is a chief marketing officer at a major book company and recognize the name Kanye West, who is on the list. Kanye West is on a list.
I don't know why you say that I didn't know first. It wasn't bad. It was just a slight lower. Just to let you know. Looks like it's just brighter. This one right here. I think this is the worst day.
На секунду звук открыл, вот на секунду открылся. Все, закрыл. Сейчас. Так, звук проверить.
Да, несколько дней уйдет на отбор присяжных заседателей, затем начнется сам процесс, который...
Я готов.
Или тогда? Тогда. Несколько дней. Я зонт вижу. Слышал? Несколько дней займет отбор присяжных заседателей, затем начнется сам процесс, который, как ожидают, продлится пару месяцев. И Diddy, если его признают виновным, грозит от 15 лет тюрьмы до пожизненного заключения. Алексей Веселовский, Нью-Йорк.
All right, we're here, folks. I think they're up to juror. Dun, dun, dun. We'll get a actual. We are at potential juror number, I believe it's 29. Oh, Oh, we got new names. The trial will include discussion of Kim Porter and Al B. Shore. Kim Porter and Al B. Shore. Oh, Al B. Shore and Kim Porter will be discussed at trial. Al B. Shore. What's up with Al B. Shore? Kim Porter. Al B. Shore. Al B. Shore. Kim Porter and Al B. Shore will be discussed at trial. What does that mean? Kim Porter. Will Diddy be accused of doing anything to Kim Porter will the feds drop a nuke? Al B. Shore. All right, we got new names, folks. What about Al B. Shore? People know that, he was married to Kim Porter, but are the feds going to say that he did something to Kim Porter or something really happened to her? Rush Junkie said Al B. Shore introduced Diddy to Kim. The plot thickens. Dun, dun, dun. The plot thickens. Al B. Shore and Kim Porter. One of the jurors said they used to watch Making the Band. I guess Diddy was on Making the Band. They're asking each juror if they could be impartial here, and some jurors are discussing things that they might have known about Diddy or shows that they watched. This is a big, big deal, ladies and gentlemen. But we're getting hints of what could be discussed at trial. Man, I wish cameras were allowed in the courtroom. Dude, I would totally watch this trial if cameras were allowed in the courtroom. Absolutely. Oh, we're going to put on another feed here. Hopefully they're still out there. Yeah, I believe so. So I'm going to switch up the feed. There you go. Their feed went out. You hear the little, look at the microphones there. All right, Al B. Shore, Kim Porter is going to be discussed, Kanye West, Kid Cudi. Those are some of the names that got dropped today thus far. Perpetrators or victims? What do we got? Or combination of both? And apparently no black hair dye is allowed in prison. One reporter that is in the courtroom is Inner City Press. All right, so they're at juror number 52. One juror number 51 was saying that their spouse served time in prison but could be objective. So the judge said no grounds for excluding. We're at juror number 52. All quiet right now. I think a lot of people kind of got away from the rain. You want to really be out there and get wet unless you got a raincoat, umbrella. New York City weather radar has lots and lots of rain in that general area, 50%, but you have a big thing of rain that is like kind of like pushing in from the southeast into the city. This storm is actually going, so it's going to be raining there for a bit. It's not going to be all day, but I would say for the next hour or so, you're going to have some rain pumping through. I only see two supporters out there. Two supporters. Only two for Diddy. Sadly, in the federal courts, cameras are not allowed. It's not the circus atmosphere out there all like that. It's not. It seems like there's more media out there. Rain outside of the courthouse. Juror number 52. Juror number 52. All rise. Some other names mentioned. Dallas Austin. Is that Lori Ann Gibson? Dawn Richards? Harvey Pierre? Michelle Williams? We got more names mentioned. Potential victims, witnesses, perpetrators. What do we got? Michelle Williams, I'm told, is Heath Ledger's widow. That's interesting, right? Magnolia, put some of that in the chat about Michelle Williams. Ooh. Interesting. Michelle Williams is Heath Ledger's widow. What does she have to do with this? Some people say Obama is involved. It'd be interesting. Well, I'd be shocked if any of the Obamas get mentioned. That would be crazy if any of the Obamas got mentioned. Yikes. Diddy. Well, isn't that interesting? For sure. More names being dropped. More names being dropped. Name dropped. We are live outside the federal courthouse, Manhattan. Jury selection is underway for Sean P. Diddy Combs going on trial for racketeering and sex crimes, sex trafficking, allegations that span back many, many years. A lot of names. We've dropped a lot of names in the chat. What do we got? What do we got? Feds. Who are they? Some people in the chat are saying they think it's the singer Michelle Williams, not Heath Ledger's widow. Which Michelle Williams is it? Gina. Michelle Williams was in Destiny's Child. There you go. There you go. So it's probably leaning towards the Destiny Child because Diddy's ties with Destiny's Child, the group, right? Friends of Beyonce. Well, that's interesting. What happens if Beyonce gets name dropped? What happens if Jay-Z gets name dropped? There might be at a lunch break here, folks. Possibly. Possibly people coming out here. It could be a lunch break here. Let's find out for sure. Let me go. The most reliable source of what's going on, I think, is Inner City Press. I'm kind of going off their tweets. But I don't hear anything about a lunch, but it appears people are coming out. I think there could be a break. Lunch break.
Have you kept up in business today?
So we have Kanye West, Kid Cudi, Kim Porter, Al B. Shore, Dawn Richards, Harvey Pierre, Michelle Williams. Those names have been dropped as far as a list, either by the judge mentioning it or they're talking about a list, the defense talking about these names on a list. Those names have been put out there to jurors. I'm interested to know a little bit more about Kanye West.
Yeah, so today they barely let anyone in.
Diddy's baby oil. Freak off parties.
Tell them how far you walk every day? I know that sandwich is going to be pretty good size. Coming in the doctor, what are you driving?
Everybody wants to know about names. 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 Who are the names? People want to know about these names. Be interesting trial for sure. Big bad feds coming in town. They huff and puff and blow P. Diddy's house down. Got 52 potential jurors here that they went through so far.
So you eat bread or no bread? I mean, that's like. Probably don't eat later. Oh, hey, it's fucking big. That's not the card. Okay, yeah, I think you just put it over there. All right, I'll right over here. All right, yeah, just keep it dry for him. All right, thank you. So what'd you say you got to like? No, not today. I'm only enemy. Water. Like my wife said, we don't forget tonight. I'm not gonna be home till 8 o'clock. So.
Are we on a lunch break? That's the question. Yes. We are on lunch break. It's been confirmed. Someone pointed out 10 minutes ago. Diddy trial. Court breaks for lunch soon. We've heard from a dozen of jurors that could decide Diddy's fate. Lunch break, apparently. Diddy embracing his lawyers in court today. Probably happy to get out of a solitary confinement cell. Celebrities named in court today. Celebrities named. Celebrities named. Name dropped. Celebrities named. I'm going to heat my coffee up. I'll be right back. Good afternoon, everyone. JLR Investigates. We're still here. We're just seeing what's up. More names drop. Apparently, they're at some sort of lunch break. I just got a small snack myself. What other names are going to be name dropped? That's the question. Kind of key indicator here. Yeah, Daily Mail put out just a report now. Same kind of thing we've been echoing. Mike Myers and Michael B. Jordan are named as jury selection begins in disgraced rapper's case. Potential jurors were shown binders with names and places related to the case on Monday. One of them said they recognized the actor Michael Myers and comedian Michael Myers and Michael B. Jordan. Michael Myers and Michael B. Jordan. Daily Mail is also saying cool, calm, collected Diddy strutted into courtroom on day of trial before his composure slipped and he made a telling omission. He appeared in court wearing gray slacks, a navy crew neck sweatshirt layered over a crisp white shirt, and black rimmed glasses. His shoes weren't visible. Until he cracked midway through the process after Diddy's legal team requested a bathroom break. Diddy put up his hand and said, "I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm a little nervous today." Now, what is this about? Diddy's attorney, that's who he's hugging in that picture that we showed earlier. It's Brian Steele. Diddy's wearing glasses. He told the judge he was nervous. Diddy told the judge he was nervous. Crazy. He told the judge he was nervous. I got another photo I'm going to put up in a few. Will Diddy's family make a statement? They're there. Family, some of his family are there. That's what's being reported. But I didn't see him go in. We need to find out a little bit. Anyway, he told the judge he was nervous. And then they wanted a bathroom break. He said he's nervous. Diddy's a little nervous, folks. Come on in the chat. We're discussing the case of P. Diddy Combs. Celebrities named.
Oh, yes, I forgot.
Celebrities named today. And there's the photo of Diddy with his glasses. Celebrities named. Who are those celebrities? Thank you, America 12. Thank you. Thank you, America. God bless America. Man, I don't know about this. I don't know, what P. Diddy is thinking by doing this and going to trial. Like, what is he thinking? There's so many celebrities and names that are dropped. I think the government is going to paint a elaborate picture of over a decade of criminal acts and victims of P. Diddy Combs and incidents that we've heard through court documents, from Cassie to Kid Cudi, his vehicle, to Kim Porter. He can still take a plea deal. He should take a plea deal. He should take a plea. But right now, the plea deal might not, the feds come with a plea deal and they might say, you got a deadline, accept this plea deal or not by this deadline. If not, everything's off the table. But he very well could take a plea deal even out throughout the trial. And that has happened before. But at this point, I just don't understand the logic. Yes, he has 8 lawyers. He has a lot of money. But you're talking about the federal government that is going to smash him. Literally smash him. I don't know what the plea bargain is and what they offered him. He's acknowledged in court last week he rejected a plea. A plea was offered, unclear. I speculated that it was probably around the 20 years. I could be a little lower, but I would say about 20 years. I mean, now they very well could have offered him a 10-year or maybe even a 25-year. Higher you go up, you're probably more incented to deny it. But I think the plea deal might have required him telling on others. I don't know. I would think a plea deal would at least give him an opportunity to be free one day. Maybe in his 70s. 55, 70, 75. Their conviction rate is almost 100%. We've discussed 75,000 cases a year. Only 200 people get acquitted on the federal level. Out of 75,000 cases per year, about 200 people get acquitted every year. That's average. It's like less than 1%. So what makes P. Diddy so confident that he can beat the feds on this? When you got an army of people trying to take him out, not only criminally, but civilly. What makes anyone think that P. Diddy can beat this case is beyond me. It's almost like, I want to say it's almost like suicide. Like that's he's playing with fire here. He knows what he did and did not do. However, sometimes you got to be pragmatic about a situation. You got to weigh your options here. Now, I don't know if people are getting in his head. I don't know if lawyers are duping him and trying to say that they making him believe that he could beat the case while sucking him dry of his money. You know, because maybe some of his lawyers are just seeing dollar signs here, like not really in his interest, but just dollar signs for themselves. They know if they go to trial, they're going to be paid. However, you're also dealing with a dangerous man. Who's to say that his lawyers lose and then somebody takes a shot at his lawyers out of revenge for taking him down? I mean, this guy is like, Diddy is the way he's done things in the last 15, 20 years, whatever, say 10 years of conduct that we've heard about. It was only scratching the surface. He's like Black Mafia, celebrity Black Mafia. Like he orders things and people do things for him. But when you got that money, he's capable of doing that. We seen a side of Diddy with that video with Cassie. That's a violent person. The violent, dangerous man that could just sit there and kick someone, kick a female. So, you know, Diddy here, he's caught. He's caught. And they always say, once the feds get you, they get you. The feds build a case. The feds just don't go off flimsy evidence and just try to indict someone off nonsense. They literally do investigations for a while before you get that indictment. Or you do an act and they get an indictment within 30 days. But in Diddy's case, racketeering does not just take a month of just pinning something on him, like a month of investigation. We're talking probably years in the making of a case being built against Sean P. Diddy Combs, with witnesses coming forward, bunch of people coming forward, and they build a case. And then when they decide to take it to the grand jury, true bill indictment, they have a big, solid case on the federal level. Who we got here? We got the mail lady. The mail lady. It doesn't matter if it's raining, sleet, snow. You always see the mail people out there in Elements. They bring their umbrellas out. You got the mail lady out there delivering mail, it looks like. That looks like the mail lady. Is that the mail lady? Looks like she's in a USPS outfit. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Names mentioned: Kanye West, Michael B. Jordan, Michael Myers, Kid Cudi, Kim Porter, Albie Shore, Dallas Austin, Lorianne Gibson, Dawn Richards, Harvey Pierre, and Michelle Williams. Oh, Dallas Austin. Who is Dallas Austin? Who's Dallas Austin? I'm going to look up Dallas Austin. Dallas Austin has been name dropped. American songwriter and producer from Columbus, Georgia, 54 years old. Around the same age as Diddy. Dallas Austin, 54 years old, 1 year younger than Diddy. What's up? He's an American songwriter, record producer, and film producer. In 1990, Austin branched out on his own. His work on Motown led to the work on albums by other acts signed to the label, being Boyz II Men and another Bad Creation. Austin was later recruited by L.A. Reid and Babyface to work on a couple of projects for their label, LaFace Records. In 2014, Austin appeared on The Ellen Show as a co-host. He produced some other hits from Gwen Stefani's Cool to Pink's Don't Let Me Get Me, TLC's Unpretty. So we got Austin, Dallas Austin mentioned. Let me see if he has actual ties to Diddy. Dallas Austin actually tweeted out about Diddy in 2019. Today, we celebrate my brother Diddy with a resolution, which is the highest honor a state can give you. And now that makes two of us. That's Black excellent and inspiration. See you guys on Saturday. So apparently some Diddy got honored in 2019, and Dallas Austin is there with him, videotaping Diddy be honored in 2019. Michael B. Jordan, we don't know yet. Could be a victim, maybe not. See, it's a list. And we don't know if the list are just victims or victims and perpetrators or co-conspirators or people involved. We don't know. All we know is that there's a list. And jurors have been hearing names, the names we've been mentioned. Come on in, folks. We are on the case of Sean P. Diddy Combs. I believe that the jury is going to be questioning again. I think this thing goes to 3:30, possibly, maybe 5 today. So we're almost at 2 p.m. Eastern. We've been here for a while. We've been here for 5 hours. I didn't even realize it was that long. I'm looking around. There's really, for our work, I mean, there's really nothing else really going on right now. So I'm just going to stay with this and learn this. I like the reason why I'm intrigued about this is it's a high profile person here. It's a person that I used to listen to his music. And the federal court system, which I'm very, very familiar with. Trust me, I'm familiar with the federal court system. Both civil and criminal. I've been in my fair share of federal courtrooms, both as plaintiff and defendant. Been in quite a few. I've been in front of some reasonable federal judges and not so reasonable federal judges. I won't name drop federal judges today. Some were very fair in reference to what's going on, and some were not. But I'm responsible for my own actions at the end of the day. If you don't like a judge, don't put yourself in a position to be a defendant in front of a judge. And also yourself, you might be a plaintiff in a case. You always go in front of a judge. You might not like the judge. You might like the judge. But I'm grateful to say in over a decade, I haven't been a defendant in any court in any United States of America in over a decade. No defendant. No defendant. I haven't been a defendant in federal court in over a decade. I can remember. All right, so we got a lot of people coming in the chat, both on Twitter and on YouTube. We are streaming on Twitter and YouTube. We welcome all of you. Welcome, JLR Investigates. Come on in as we listen to celebrities be named during jury selection, which will probably be going underway very, very shortly here again soon. They're on a lunch break. That is Diddy there in the right corner in court today. Suit, tie, groomed hair a little bit, but you can see white with glasses. Welcome aboard. I'm interested to know what other names are going to get mentioned. Celebrities. I'm going to read the Daily Mail here. He pled guilty to all the counts. Freak-offs are at the center of claims against Diddy. Combs has been accused of arranging freak-offs described as an elaborate and produced sexual performances arranged and directed by Diddy. While he did some very bad things with these videos, victimized innocent people, coerced them, threatened them to do this stuff. A lot of these victims didn't do this on their own will. They were manipulated, accused of being drugged, threatened, forced forced into this. This is the thing. It doesn't seem like there's a consensual thing going on here. We're talking about he using his power and influence to get weak people, minded people, or strong-minded people, either or, and forcing them into this life, whether they like it or not. Magnolia continues to send me information running the stream as we learn more. His indictment stated that some freak-offs would last for days, requiring Combs and victims to receive IV fluids to recover from the drug use. That is crazy. So you're going to have victims that testify that they had to get IVs afterward to recover. That's scary, folks. Very, very scary. That's scary. Combs' lawyer claims the rapper was found with so many bottles of baby oil in his home because the star likes to buy in bulk like any other American. That's what his lawyers are claiming about the baby oil. Oh, he has so much baby oil because he likes to buy baby oil in bulk. What type of adult buys baby oil in bulk? Unless you're up to no good. Buying baby bulk. What else did he buy in bulk? That might be a good argument if you buy this, that, and the other in bulk. But what about if feds come to your house and just seize bulk baby oil, which was used in the freak-offs, but you don't have any other bulk of anything else? Bulk baby oil. I don't even think I got one bottle of baby oil in my home. I got lotion. Yeah, you're going to have bulk. Oh, what else does he have bulk of? Bulk baby oil. Oh, it's just the normal Americans buy bulk baby oil. When around the whole case is dealing with freak-offs and baby oil, he just happened to have bulk baby oil because that's what Americans have. That's what his lawyer's claiming. You know, the same lawyer that his wife is defending Luigi Mangione. Baby oil. Found bulk drugs, too. Feds raided the home. All that raid stuff that they got, the Fed sees, all that's coming out at trial. It's all coming out at trial. What is his lawyer thinking here? Or his team of lawyers? You think a team of lawyers of 8 people is going to buy his freedom? I don't think so. You know, I said probably paying his lawyer $5 million. If you got 8 lawyers, we could be in the 10 million range. We could literally be in the 10 million range. Maybe, maybe not. Freak-offs. Crazy stuff, folks. Baby oil. They say Diddy has unlimited cash, unchecked power, and the Hollywood privilege. Racketeering charges. They're going to show a video, apparently, with Diddy with champagne in his hand, standing on a balcony like a dictator. He's claiming, he's yelling to the crowd. They're going to play a video, supposedly, of Diddy Combs with some champagne on a balcony. And he's saying to people, we fed you all. We gave you all drinks. Now it's time to enjoy life. This is a celebration of life. This is a real white party. You'll be using that video. You'll be using that video against them. Kid Cudi's car got blown up after Diddy found out that Kid Cudi and Cassie had a little thing going on. And you notice Diddy settled that lawsuit quick. That's what hurt him here. Like literally settling a lawsuit and everything like that. That's when the dominoes fell quickly after the settlement. And people warned Diddy, if you settle like that quickly, but settle, he thought it would go away, or maybe he thought he settled and then the criminal charges wouldn't come up. I don't know. Uh-oh, somebody's out there cussing. Somebody's out there cussing. I was just informed that people have said that they believe GHB was in the baby oil. GHB in the baby oil? What if you got witnesses that testify that say that GHB was in the baby oil? We'll know that at trial here. What was in that baby oil? GHB. What about some roofies or some crazy stuff? Spiked the baby oil. Spiked the baby oil with some funny stuff. Manipulating people. Dude, he could have just took his money off his records and lived a productive life and stayed away from that craziness and doing things. I don't know. It kind of reminds me of the Max Factor guy. There's some sick people out there. Sick people. We are waiting for more information outside the courthouse here. GHB. Party drug. It's a party drug that produces feelings of confidence, relaxation, sociability. GHB in the baby oil. Side effects of GHB can include drowsiness, vomiting, mood swings, dependence, as well as more serious symptoms of unconsciousness and respiratory and coma type state that could result in death. But as you heard, we've previously discussed, it looks like some of these victims, after they took something that P. Diddy make them take, they were getting IVs to recuperate. Why? Why? GHB is known as liquid ecstasy or blue nitro. Yikes. Blue nitro. Man, that's crazy. It is usually swallowed, or sometimes injected or inserted through your ear. I don't even want to say that word. So this guy here, I've been seeing him outside going in and out. This could be a supporter of Diddy or somebody. Oh, man, they took the feet off on the shot there. But it's showing you the scene out there. Umbrellas, media cage. We are live outside the courthouse, the federal courthouse. Manhattan, New York. Oh, the bomb-sniffing dogs. Running around. Do they expect someone to break Diddy out? I think court is going to be back in session here. Diddy. First day of jury selection. We wait and see. We wait and see. JLR Investigates. Come on in. I appreciate everyone watching in from both YouTube and Twitter, X. Got it. A lot of people watching in from X. Got about 7,000 people. Actually, was just looking at the X stream and I echoed for a second. X. We're also on X at JLR Investigates. Make sure you sub up. We'd make some interesting tweets. Who we got there? Reporter? Hello. What's going on? What's going on? All right, let's see if we are back in session here. Look, the rain is, you can hear the rain. I can see the raindrops. It's coming down more now. This thing either started back at 2:15 or 2:30. But we are supposed to get back underway.
good. Yeah, no, so far so good.
Rain drops keep coming on my head. Oh, that was the guy that came by with the Diddy free puffy shirt, sweatshirt. All right, so they're all coming back in. So it looks like 2:30. Looks like 2:30 is it looked like the people are trying to go back in. 2:30 maybe. Lunch break is about to end. This guy videoing everywhere. I am out here in front of the courthouse. I'm out here videoing all the media. I'm out here in the rain. Here we go. There you go. While we wait and see what is going on. People coming out with their umbrellas. Sound of the water is very soothing. Yeah, we're just waiting to see what other information we can get. I want to know more celebrity names that got dropped with this particular case thus far. Been on for a while. All right, see if we can try to get some more information about what is going on inside this courtroom. Jury selection underway. I believe they'll be on for a few more hours. This might be an all-week process. As of now, opening is scheduled for the 12th, which is next week.
following them, brother.
The HBO juror, while the judge did not excuse her, he said she can be further questioned whether her job at HBO puts her near the fall of Diddy, and defense could use as a preemptory challenge of her. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, I think that's really getting close here to disqualifying that juror. But it seems like the judge is letting some things slide here that normally wouldn't slide. We will know more of that shortly. HBO juror is not excused for calls despite the fall of Diddy. But a publishing marketer from Simon & Schuster is out due to Al B. Sure project. Al B. Sure is a name that is involved in this case in some way, shape, or form. We don't know the extent, but the potential juror was asked about Al B. Sure, who appears to be on a witness list or a witness list, a list of victim, perpetrator. I don't know. These names, we don't know the extent. I wonder if any of these names, if they are involved, and I'm just saying if, big if, because it's still a mystery. I'm wondering if they got some sort of immunity or something from prosecution to cooperate with the federal government. And that is something the federal government does quite often. Work deals out with people. I want to know about this list. Who else is on the list? Who else is on the list? I ask you all, who else is on the list? What do we got going on the list? Tell me more about your list, please. It's okay to know about Diddy, but the question is, can they be unbiased? You know, some jurors manipulate their way onto a jury, even though they already have an idea of where they're staying, you know, how they feel, maybe even plan it. And are there specifically to stir the pot, make sure there's a mistrial, or go contrary, or look at all those stacks of documents and exhibits. What is that? Is that someone's paperwork? Dude, he rolled out a whole thing of binders. People are saying Oprah could be on the list. People are saying Obama's could be on the list. Kamala Harris on the list. Trump. Some people said Trump. I think we're just throwing names out there, but you know what I mean, though. There are names. We just don't know who is on the list. And we'll see. We'll see. These could be other people headed out of court for other matters. This could also be why maybe there's not a lot of spectators out there today. And also, folks, for jury selection, sometimes people don't show up for jury selection. But jury selection can reveal a lot, particularly in closed cases, when they start naming things in the jury, because they, you know, you want to impanel a jury that's not biased. Therefore, they're going to say some things to the jurors, which can reveal clues. But a lot of people sometimes don't even care about jury selection. They want to go opening. So, you know, when people attend trials, they don't even bother with the jury selection. They come at opening. Welcome to the chat. Live outside the courthouse, federal courthouse, jury selection, sex trafficking, trial, RICO trial of Sean P. Diddy Combs. I am your host, JLR Investigates. as we see what in the heck is going on. Whoa, the rain is coming down. Celebrities named. I'm following it. The account Inner City Press. He hasn't tweeted out, so I don't know if they went. I don't know if they are underway again. Diddy gonna be singing "I'll Be Missing You." He's going to be singing "I'll Be Missing You" when he goes away for 4 decades. I'll be missing you. Every breath I take. Every move I make. Every move I make. Every breath I take. I'll be missing you. That's going to be him behind bars, you know? Like, nobody knows the trouble I've seen. You might get those bars, right? And he gets a little, like, mug. And he goes, nobody knows the trouble I'm in. Nobody knows but Jesus. Yeah, he's in big trouble. Big one. Folks, pretty much confident to say that you're going to get a conviction here. It's not just if P. Diddy beats the case, but it's when he gets convicted. It's not too late for him to come to his senses and whisper to his lawyers, I want to make a deal. Please save my life. You know, in the middle of it could be so damaging that he could just sit there and say, I want to make a deal. What type of defense can he put up? That the witnesses are lying? Discredit the witnesses? Is that what we're doing here? Discredit the witnesses? What about if Cassie comes? Oh, goodness. You know, another thing is, too, some of these high-profile celebrities might be coming here to testify. They might be going right through those doors. I don't think they're coming today because the day is almost over. Well, the day isn't over, but it's almost over. Business hour days are almost over. Business hour days are almost over, folks. Stakeout. Media stakeout.
My app is saying it's going to be pretty steady now for like 5 but hopefully it's not. I'm hoping it's just a couple.
Sounds kind of eerie.
I'll text you later tonight to make sure that we see till in the morning.
Every day, something going on. All right, so let's get that information. Let's get the information. Let's get the information about what exactly is going on behind closed doors. They are back. We are at juror number 60. All right, so juror number 60 is saying that they are a victim of SA and harassment themselves. And the juror number 60 says they want to speak to the judge privately, or I guess the attorneys and the judge privately amongst for that matter. So you got a juror, a potential juror here says, I believe it's a female, saying that they're a victim of an essay themselves. So that's juror. We're up at 60. So now there's kind of like some sort of private sidebar going on. Juror number 60. We're up to 60. Uh-oh. Feels like something's going on out there. Names dropped. Welcome aboard, JLR Investigates. Come on in. Where's everyone watching from today? Hello. Where do we got? We got New York in the house. Where do we got? Drop your location, please. Let me see what we got. Alabama, Georgia. I'm going to try to read them all. Niagara Falls, New Jersey Pines, California, Costa Rica, New York City, Tennessee, California, Nebraska, California, Massachusetts, Los Angeles, Michigan, New Hampshire, Tampa. What is that? Bournemouth? Oh my God, the chat's going so fast now. Oh my goodness, the chat is going lit with people from all across this great earth. Look how many people are from all over the place. Look at this. Look. Literally, you guys are from everywhere. Everywhere. Not even the United States. You're all over the place. How's life treating you wherever you're at? Hopefully everything's well. I mean, it's so many states that you're from I've been to. Unfortunately, I don't travel abroad, but we love our international friends. Kathmandu. Occasionally, we get a person that says they're from the planet Pluto or Mars. I get it. Got a lot of places. See? England. Got a lot of international people. Yuma, Arizona. I like Yuma. Been there. Cabo. Is it Cabo? Florida. Detroit. Via Alabama. Iraq. Wow. Iraq. Jonestown. Really? Jonestown? Oh, my goodness. JLR reporting from a CIA office he uncovered. Yeah, maybe one day we'll have a Washington, D.C. office. The JLR Army's growing strong. We're working a network with a lot of freelance journalists all around the country to get to crime scenes very quickly and efficiently. We got a big operation coming up soon. So we'll probably get all that maybe the next couple months, but we are traveling to Idaho if there is a trial. So we'll be in Idaho for a significant part of the year, end of the year, probably up through maybe Thanksgiving, from July to Thanksgiving. So I know we focus on a lot of other things, and we talk about all types of cases and craziness, not just with true crime, but missing people, storms, accidents, crashes, helicopter, plane crash. We do it all here. But we will be entirely focused on the Moscow, Idaho 4 Brian Kohlberger case for 3 months. So we'll be really honed in on that. Getting really good coverage, I feel, being there and a lot of speaking to a lot of people and getting an inside and outside look at the courtroom and just watching what and listening about the state of Idaho versus Kohlberger and the whole case. So I don't think at that time we will be covering any other cases. When we're in Idaho, we'll be strictly focused on Kohlberger, though we are aware that everything happens almost daily with other stuff. I got to be careful leaving. And then I was telling Magnolia, what about if I leave, go to Idaho, and in the summertime we get a crazy hurricane in Florida? Cat 5 storm over JLR's house. I'm not even there. Uh-oh. But I had the capability to jump on a plane at any time, any place, anywhere, and get to any location within 12 hours. Idaho is a pretty good way to get out. So if need be on emergency or something crazy is going on that requires boots on the ground, even in Idaho, you know, with me and Magnolia, we can definitely get on a plane, but I probably would overlook other things and, you know, focus solely on Idaho for Moscow. I think because that's the case we've been from day one. We're following it through. We know one of the victims' families very, very closely, and we want to show support for them and see justice served. How much gas are you paying? Gas is around $3. I think gas actually is going down a little bit more. I think oil's at 56. Let me see the oil right now. Crude oil right now is $57 a barrel. So, you know, it went down when the stock market crashed, but it's even going down even more, which is wild. 57. I expect the gas to be in my area probably about 275, 280 in the next couple of weeks. It's so strange. It's going down as the spring and the summer. Usually it goes up, you know, and a lot of people consume. So the gas prices from cost to travel from Tampa to Boise, Idaho in gas would be, let me see. I thought I saw it was like 300 something. Yeah. The cost of driving from Tampa to Boise, if it drove, might drive a vehicle. Don't think I'm flying, but I could be getting out of there to fly, but I would have to come back and retrieve a vehicle. $3.34 one way. So gas, you know, $3.35, about $3.50 on one way gas. That's if you got a gas guzzler. It might be more. Yeah, gas in some places around the country, it varies. Some places, California, is still over $4. Some places in the South, Mississippi area, South Carolina, you're talking in the low twos, mid twos. Will we ever get back to $2 gas? I don't know. Yeah, Buster Murdoch got married over the weekend. I saw that. Did y'all know that? Buster Murdoch got married to Brooklyn. I saw that pop up yesterday. I was like, oh, Buster got married. Buster got married. We wish Buster happiness. And hopefully Buster's not involved with anything out there that he should not be involved with. Hopefully he's not involved with anything. Buster Murdoch. That was a pretty big case, right? People are like, he's definitely involved. I don't want to say he's involved because I don't want to get sued. He likes to sue people. I don't think he's involved with anything until proven. How about that? But justice for Stephen Smith. Hopefully his family gets justice. Was Buster involved? I don't know. We went to the locations there. You can watch it on JLR Investigate. You can see for yourself. I mean, it's pretty close to the Murdoch house. Pretty close out there on that remote road. Buster called the police on me one time. Buster called the police. Buster Murdoch and his girlfriend called the police on me and a couple journalists outside of his condo complex. But the cops came, and the cops are like, yo, they're public street. They can be there. So there's really nothing. But he didn't like people. Because, you know, Buster at the time was all centered around, what does Buster know? What does Buster know? You know, and everyone wants to get that story. So you never know. You go out there and you try to talk to people and try to get the story. Yeah, Court TV had me on about Buster. Buster Murdoch. I think it was his girlfriend that filed the police report. Buster Rhymes. Buster Rhymes. Buster Murdoch, Buster Rhymes. Is Buster Rhymes involved here? I really think some of these names, like back in the day, like Buster Rhymes, I don't know, Shine, I don't know, Mace, Faith Evans, Destiny's Child. Who else we got? Fat Joe, J. Rule, Jada Kiss, LOX. We got other names involved here and other names that are going to be dropped. Nas, Jay-Z, that New York, Eric B. and Rakim, Run DMC, LL Cool J, Ashanti, Mobb Deep, Flavor Flav, any of them involved here? Big L. Remember Big L? Wu-Tang. Imagine if the Wu-Tang Clan gets dropped in here. Oh, my goodness. The Wu-Tang Clan. They got me bobbing my head. Who we got involved with P. Diddy? Got the Wu-Tang Clan. Big L. Lil Wayne. I'm doing like New York rappers. I'm doing stuff like, gosh. I listen to all music, by the way. Back in the day, I got all. If you go look at my playlist on Spotify, I got everybody. I listen to it all. But I do have a lot of 90s hip-hop. But I think I took out my Spotify, anything related to P. Diddy, I think I took out. All about the Benjamins. All about the Benjamins. All about the Benjamins. Who's going to use more Benjamins in this case? It's all about the Benjamins. This case, you know, that would be crazy if his lawyer's opening statement say, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's all about the Benjamins. Everybody wants to make money off this. Everybody wants a piece of the pie. This is blackmail extortion. It's all about the Benjamins. All about the Benjamins. '90s hip-hop rappers from New York. Who we got? Method Man. Big Pun. Kumo D. Craig Mack. Yeah, Craig Mack. Flavor in your ear. Craig Mack. Don't forget Craig Mack. Craig Mack. Is he involved? Craig Mack. Tribe Called Quest. Ooh, Tribe Called Quest. What do you think? J. Rule the Damager? The Damager guy? Know that guy? Cameron? What do we got? Cuban Link. Yeah, I'm looking at like a whole list of 90s rappers. D Nice. They call me D Nice. Dun it, dun 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 it. P Diddy Diddy dun it. How about DMX? Dun, dun. What about DMX gets name dropped? Oh my goodness. DMX. DJ Clue. Yeah. Ed Lover. Remember Yo MTV Raps? Ed Lover. Dougie Fresh. Dougie Fresh. Dougie Fresh. Remember Dougie Fresh? Oh my God. Oh my God. Excuse me, Dougie Fresh, y'all. Is P. Diddy guilty? Is P. Diddy guilty? Is P. Diddy guilty or not? Two Live Crew. EPMD. EPMD. Fabulous. Did he be killing them? You be killing them. You be killing them. Dude, I'm looking at a list. There's so many. Gangstar. Mass Appeal. Da-na-na-na, Mass Appeal. Da-na-na-na, Mass Appeal. The Guru. Grandmaster Flash. Heavy D. Prosecutor saying some heavy D to P. Diddy. You can't see what I can't see. You're blind, baby. You're blind to the fact. You're blind. You're blind, baby. You're blind to the facts. You can't see what I can't see, Diddy. Anyway, we're still waiting to find out more on what's going on. We're just chatting, chit-chatting, talking a little bit about Sean P. Diddy Combs, a.k.a. Diddy, a.k.a. Puffy. All right, so let's look here. Hold on. Let's get some information. All right, juror number 60, because juror number 60 was a victim of SA, was excused.
Stand here for a second. Stand here for a second.
By the way,
What was that?
let me hold on.
He called me. They never know where to go.
So the AUSA that's prosecuting this case is Maureen Comey, like Comey, C-O-M-E-Y. I wonder if Comey is related to James Comey. That's not a very popular name, Comey. And James Comey comes from the Southern District of New York. Who is Maureen Comey, the assistant United States attorney? All right. Magnolia just informed me it's his daughter. Ah. Learn something new today. So James Comey's daughter's the prosecutor in this case.
I would, if I were like coming here, I would assume this is the main entrance. Even though the other one is
actually
used
work.
to show up on Matt. Yeah. It's actually Pearl Street.
Ah, James Comey.
How long do you think it'll take them to get a jury?
I'm told that she also prosecuted Maxwell with the Epstein case. She's ruthless. Ruthless prosecutor going against Diddy.
Who are you with?
What about you?
Have you seen the well,
Oh, by the way, happy Cinco de Mayo.
should be on a bike, right?
I think so. Maybe I'll run around to the other side and see if he's there.
Where are you going on the other side?
Number, so you can't really call it back.
You're missing all the.
Got almost 10,000 people in the chat overall. Thank you for watching wherever you're watching from, whether it's X or YouTube. We welcome all of you.
This is my day off.
Come on in.
Yeah, I'm working my day off.
Why is it your day off?
Saturday night. Tuesday to Saturday night.
We're streaming on multiple platforms today.
Like, are you editing or are you recording?
What's that?
Are you editing or recording?
I'm recording. I don't like managing.
You're like on the street and you go, I hear you.
I don't managing millennial, whiny fucking millennials.
Are there millennials? Like,
No,
they're all like,
they're all like, I'm
I feel younger.
I feel like spring chicken.
You have to go out, you have to go on the street, or you
I just cover the court. I cover the video county court. Tuesday night, I sit in my apartment and they never call me. And usually, unless there's a bunch of dead cats in the apartment, I'm building something. Hey, how's it going? Oh, good. How are the twins? Oh, really?
I'm gonna wait inside. I guess he'll call me back. And,
I just went. We're just doing openings. Maybe it's right. He looks like an old man, you know. I don't know. I mean, I think it'd be a bad thing. Just like,
We are still here waiting to listen to see what happens here. Magnolia put, Comey, we anticipate some of those in the HBO documentary to testify at trial. We asked for exclusion. Diddy's lawyers, she said she could be fair. We want to keep her. Judge, she is excluded. Boom. Good to know. Good to know. Welcome aboard, JLR Investigates. Diddy.
Hey, I think he came out.
I know.
I think he's
Who?
right over,
Ah,
Who are you looking for?
I think he's right over there.
thank you.
Who exactly are you looking for here? Kanye going to be tweeting tonight, Carly said. Kanye might speak, say something. Maybe his name is dropped. The extent of what it's about, I don't know. We're on jury number 63. One juror, number 63, is pretty much saying that they don't trust police.
Give it today. Okay, I got you. I just want you to know, I came over for one thing only. ABC. So the night when I go on, my man better be up in there. This is not my
Who's laughing? And why? JLR Investigates. Come on in. P. Diddy. They're at juror number 63. Juror number 63 doesn't trust police. See a lot of people coming in. We are watching the P. Diddy jury selection Twitter feeds, and outside the courthouse, federal courthouse, jury selection is underway. Looks like it's it's at 63 now. So it's moving along. Will a jury be impaneled by the end of the week? I think so. Yeah. We are here. Welcome aboard, folks. We are waiting to find out anything and everything and centered around Sean P. Diddy Combs. It's the P. Diddy Combs trial channel. Now, each of the prior hearings we've streamed. Wish we could be inside. Some journalists are in there. There was actually a long line to get in there with journalists to get into his trial. Spectators, I don't know how much room is there, but I would say once trial starts, probably got about 50, 70 slots. $70 slots or so. Yeah, maybe.
could have gone up and got one more coffee.
A couple male jurors excused for calls. One who said he doesn't trust law enforcement, like we discussed, and another who said he didn't understand the questions on the jury questionnaire. So someone that really can't comprehend.
Where's happening inside this building? Where's happening? You see where it's going down? This is the infamous 500 Pearl Street. Okay, Diddy and his team is in there, and he's crossing his fingers that he gets some jurors. Same way, right? Tell you what.
So a couple jurors excused. One doesn't like police. One doesn't understand the jury questionnaire. Or do they just say that to get off? Juror number 70. Juror 70, a female. I work in a lab in a hospital. I got training, but I have problems with legal words. Also, man push woman. He does not mean it. Who? My husband. What happened? He pled guilty. They took him to jail.
Like everybody else. Right? All the rules.
Looks like juror number 7 was a victim of herself of assault. I don't know what's going to happen out of that one. I'd say she's excused. You're excused. You're excused. What do we got here? All right, we're going to continue to read on. Are we at 70 or 70? We're still dealing with drawer number 70. How many people got questionnaire? What, about 100 something coming in today? Just for today? Well, you got about an hour and a half left of this. I think they're going to end at 5. We'll see what's up. I got another photo I'm going to get up here shortly of Diddy. Over time. That's what he's wearing today, a suit, gray hair. I'm just shocked that now in that time and era that they don't let cameras in the courtroom. Or at least let media take a photo. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you're at. Some of you are still in there. We've been on for a while. We're going to ride this through. I really don't see anything else breaking right here, and I'm genuinely curious to know more names. Yeah, I was looking a little bit also. A lot of people were sending me tips about the Glendale, Arizona shooting. Apparently, there's a suspect that happened at some restaurant. What a wild case that is. I mean, that happened really late. We weren't on at the time, but I've seen it. Police put a press conference out. I'm going to try to look into this more, see what happened here, and share the information out in reference to suspects. I take pleasure when people get arrested or wanted to share their mugshots. I'm one of those guys that love sharing mugshots of the perpetrator. Put their face out there and blast so everyone can see who they are. And there's some people that don't like that. They don't want the mugshots of defendants out there. I'm 100% a proponent of keeping people aware of who these evil people are out there. Put the mugshots out there.
He asked me to wipe my lens.
Oh, yeah, the rain's still coming. Crazy.
Thanks. Good? Yeah, 3 o'clock. Yeah, so next door. All right.
All right, Magnolia put in the chat. In 215, Diddy was charged with assaulting someone with a kettlebell at the University of California, where one of his sons played football. He said he was defending himself, and they dropped the case. Kettlebell. I remember that. There wasn't a lot of backlash. Oh, why are you letting him go? Whatever like that. Kind of just went quiet. People forgot about that. Thanks for reminding us. He assaulted somebody with a kettlebell or kettlebell. Kettlebell. Dude, that gotta hurt, hitting somebody with a kettlebell. Are you kidding me? Dude, you could kill somebody with a kettlebell. Kettlebell bell. Some people call it ball bell. Big ball. Whack. Pretty crazy. Absolutely crazy. Welcome aboard JLR Investigates. We're still here. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. Dun, 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 dun. We're not going nowhere.
Sometimes they don't need to pull up that.
He's gonna be singing a song. I'm looking at P. Diddy songs. I Need a Girl. He needs a girl. How do you sing that I Need a Girl song? He needs a girl that will ride or die when he's serving his life. He needs a girl that will ride or die when P. Diddy is serving life. He needs a girl that will ride or die. Right? Ride or die girl while he's serving his life, right? He needs somebody there to send perfume on the envelopes, stickers, money on the books. He needs a ride or die girl that will be with him till he dies. Federal prison. Dude, he even had a word. He even had a song. Remember, "Been Around the World"? He sang a song, "Been Around the World." Da da da. Yeah, been around. Ain't gonna be no traveling anymore. No more going around the world for P. Diddy. Going on a Con Air, Oklahoma City, to a prison, maximum security prison. How much is he worth? They say his net worth has significantly decreased. In 2022, it was 700 million. But they're saying as of February 21st, 2025, it's down to 150 million. His real estate and collectibles are valued around $100 million. But then AI says he's worth 400 million. So I'm hearing estimates between 150 to 400 million. Million.
thing is to go away for a whole week.
Yeah. I know. Can you do me a favor? I'm a reporter. I just need your favor. Just half reference. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, turn that around. Huh?
Yeah. But just the entrance.
But you want to have
Can
to
you do
buy
it
it.
like square? I mean, landscape. Sorry.
If you want-
I just
if
like
you want-
one for my
If you
paper.
want like this right here,
Yeah, yeah, or like here. Not like the whole body.
like the whole body. So I got you. Right here, right here. Fabulous.
Oh, thank you
You
so
look
much.
amazing.
Thanks. That banner is horrible. Yeah, bye.
Still here. Had to get some coffee. Hello, hello.
have meetings like in the afternoon, you know, to discuss, what's going to happen.
So juror number 89, they're at 89. Juror number 89 saying that my sister is a federal prosecutor in San Antonio. She works mostly on immigration. Judge is like, can you be fair? Yes, growing up, the neighborhoods were, excuse me, a high-profile couple. I was closer in the age with the girlfriend. My parents asked me to be peacemaker. I think this one, no clue if this one has been excused or not. 81 says, my ex-husband was convicted of attempted murder in Brooklyn. He served 21 years. That juror was not excluded. So they're a lot of them are making the cut, making the band, making the cut. That's crazy.
I don't mind calling them if you're Is that what your app says? I thought today was supposed to be the worst day, but it's not that it matters. Yeah, same here.
The flip side of it, like, okay, find out.
Yeah, it's got to be because of the press. Yeah, costly. So it's totally up to you. I just don't want to reach out unless you definitely don't want to do it. And then I'll just ask them if they're available, and if they are, I'll say, they are. But let me, maybe I should just wait till I don't even know if I'm working. So. Well, yeah, but it's a whole, you know, and then they confirm like Saturday for Sunday, or for Monday. All right, we'll wait. All right. 3:30. All right. Oh, you got it, dude. Yeah. I'm glad they didn't complain across the street. Well, if it was like VIPs or stars going in and out, you know, it just kind of blocks your view. But, I mean, it doesn't block this, I guess. So. But I'm sure they understand we gotta have it. I know. I mean, you could probably cook that and just drop it here, maybe on the way out. Is the parking lot close? Yeah, so just do that. I got camera mic. I don't know what else.
No, it is not the same courthouse where Luigi was. Luigi was a Foley Square. This is 500 Pearl Street, I believe. Not the same. Not the same. Great question, though. I had to do a look myself. I was outside the Thurgood Marshall Federal Courthouse with Luigi. Different than here. Well, there's 2 federal courthouses in New York. Actually, 3.
that place closed?
We got the Eastern District of New York. In Brooklyn. This is 500 Pearl Street. On the corner of Worth and Baxter. So continue to share your thoughts on Diddy. I think we're running into the last hour of jury selection. We're going to try to get some more information about what's going on. I want to see if more celebrity names get dropped. All right, jury number 89 was excused because the sister works as a federal prosecutor. Juror 92 said, "I'd like to serve, but my child is in the hospital." That juror was excused. Juror number 106 said, "I'm with Engender Health on the board of St. John's Hospital in Yonkers. I have a friend at the Manhattan DA repping the LGBTQ community." Juror actually said that. Juror number 106. So some are staying, some are getting off, and they'll go through this vetting process. As you know, weed out some people out of there. Nope. Some people. It's like, nope, you're gone. Come on in, JLR Investigates. We're on 7 hours of this jury selection, first day. Welcome aboard.
All right, thanks for joining us on our live stream. We're covering the Diddy trial, which begins today. We're giving you some background information on this, what we're hearing from reports. Today marks the commencement of a significant legal proceeding in New York City as music mogul Sean Diddy Combs faces federal charges in a high-profile sex trafficking and racketeering trial. Now, the allegations against Combs span over 2 decades, painting a picture of systemic abuse as well as exploitation. The case against Combs gained momentum following a 2023 civil lawsuit filed by his former partner, Cassie Ventura, who accused him of prolonged abuse. Subsequent investigations led to a federal indictment back in September of 2024, charging Combs with multiple offenses, including sex trafficking, racketeering, conspiracy, and transporting individuals across state lines for prostitution. Prosecutors allege that Combs utilized his entertainment enterprises to facilitate a network of coercion and abuse. The proceedings, more information on that, the jury selection began today in the Southern District of New York with opening statements scheduled for May 12th. Now, the trial is expected to last approximately 10 weeks. Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges and remains in custody at the Metropolitan Detention Center that is in Brooklyn, having been denied bail due to concerns over potential witness tampering. Now, prosecutors do allege that Combs orchestrated events known as freak-offs. That's where women were coerced into drug-fueled sexual acts, often recorded even without consent. Evidence includes surveillance footage from 2016 showing Combs assaulting Cassie Ventura, which is expected to be presented during this trial. But additionally, raids on Combs' property reportedly uncovered illegal substances, firearms, and other incriminating materials. So for the defense's position here, Combs' legal team contends that all encounters were consensual, framing that his lifestyle as unconventional, but also lawful. They argue that the prosecution is mischaracterizing consensual activities and that Combs is actually being unfairly targeted due to celebrity status. Combs is reportedly eager to testify in his own defense, aiming to provide personal context to the allegations. And please mind my sniffles. I'm dealing with a whole lot of allergies, as most people in New York are. But let's talk about the potential outcomes here. If convicted, Combs faces a mandatory minimum sentence of 15 years with a possibility of life imprisonment. Beyond the criminal trial, he's also contending with numerous civil lawsuits alleging sexual misconduct, indicating that his legal challenges are still far from over. Closing this all up, the trial not only scrutinizes the actions of a prominent figure in the music industry, but also this highlights broader issues, power dynamics, and accountability. As proceedings continue, the public and media will closely monitor developments in this landmark case, and Fox 5, especially on Fox 5 Local, will be covering this from the morning to the evening, every single day as this case proceeds. So thank you for tuning in.
Well, we got a little update from the local media.
Nope.
Juror number 110 was excused because they said they had a job interview. "116 said, I can't stand videos of skateboarders going down on the ground. I just can't. I don't even know what that has anything to do with this. Some of these people's explanations, it's crazy."
I don't know how I feel. Sometimes people don't put their real birthday.
Yeah, I don't understand. I'm afraid of skateboards concept. I mean, but again, we're going by tweets of journalists. They might be leaving things out, but it is interesting though. Yeah, exactly. Code, skateboarder, code. This is going to go on, I believe, to 5 p.m. And then we might even get a press conference. Maybe, maybe not. We're about 45 minutes on. We've been marathoning it.
haven't seen you in 10 years. That's not this on there. Nice thing about the wallet is like
Juror number 117. My wife deposed Sean Combs in a case about a stampede. Judge, has she expressed negative view about him? The juror, yes. Probably you are dismissed. We don't know yet. No, we'll wait. So they're already at 117. Moving fast. Well, you think about this. If they're going through 120 a day, 120, 240, 360. So 5 days a week. 600 potential jurors. 500, 600. Oh, the gates. Barriers.
like their marriage certificate, like to get married. Get on the corner. On the corner of the center. Did you say stop? The Raymond stop at 3:30 or start at 3:30? Stop.
Judge, did you tell your wife you're on this case? Well, they said the juror number 117. No, but another prospective juror who knows my wife saw me and told her. Huh. Judge, write that juror's name on this post-it note. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This might could be in trouble here. Maybe. It's like it's still raining.
Trying to watch your piece. I hope this isn't leaking.
The judge warns those jurors not to speak to anyone about the case, whether you've been chosen yet or not. He could be held in contempt of court. Yeah, I was looking around to see if I could get additional information about that possible juror. Some jurors in trouble for sharing information. That's a no-no. Yeah, contempt of court. AUSA is trying to get some information about this other juror, AUSA Comey. Very interesting stuff. AUSA Comey's trying to get information about this other juror that might have leaked some information. Contempt. Contempt. Yay or nay?
Standing out in the rain, up to the paycheck. Diddy.
Tony Busby is trying to take out Shannon Sharp. Yeah, that is interesting too. Shannon Sharp, whole situation there. Busby trying to take out Shannon Sharp. Yeah, I noticed that. Shannon Sharp. Crazy. There are far too many victims that goes very deep. There's a lot of victims in this case. A lot of victims. So going on right now in Moscow, Idaho, there's a sealed hearing trying to find out any details about what is happening in this sealed hearing. I don't think we're going to get any information about that in Moscow, Idaho. May 5th, 11:30 a.m. Pacific. No, actually, it's Mountain Time. Sorry. So, yeah, it's been going on, though. Unclear if it's still going on. There was a hearing. Juror number 118. I know Mr. Combs has parties with drugs and sex, and I learned it from podcasts. I listened to Joe Rogan. Can you be fair? 118 says yes, not excused. Huh. Juror number 118 goes, I know Mr. Combs has parties with sex and drugs. I learned it from Joe Rogan. That's funny. You learned it off a podcast. Someone else told you. The jury listens to Joe Rogan. No, the judge kept them on. It wasn't excused. They're at 127 now. Now that's funny. Huh. Yeah, some of these jurors say some really off the wall things sometimes, and stuff that has your head scratching. Kind of chuckle a little bit, shake your head. Some jurors want to be there. Some want to go on. Some don't. Some like, I got things to do, places to be. I got no time for this. I don't want no part of this. Plus, you as a juror, but some jurors might be looking at it as economic opportunity themselves, because they could get book writing deals, and they can get some jurors' perspective, they get the golden ticket to be on the jury. They could go all over the media circuits, write books, talk about it, make money off of it. Some people might see it as an economic opportunity, while others might be scared because they're scared if they give a ruling that can go either way, they might get doxxed, they might get harassed. So jurors, are all across the board in how they feel about this situation. Honk, honk, honk. Still trying to find out what in the world is going on here as we approach the 5 o'clock hour. JLR Investigates. Jury selection. So where are they at right now? They're at 1. They're moving fast. I think they're at 127. So I think they'll get up to 1. What do we got? We got I don't know. I think they got probably maybe 10 more or something before the judge calls it a day. Maybe they'll try to get to 150. How many are in there? How many are actually in there? My eyes are getting buggy sitting at the screen for a long, long time. We don't do 8-hour streams very often. We do them. A lot of times it's boots on the ground, out and about, storm chasing or crime scene. We've been on for a minute. Almost like an 8-hour work day. Rain is coming down pretty hard now. The rain is coming. What in the world was that? Whoa. That sounds like the end of the world. End of the world stuff, maybe? Yikes. Give me some input on Diddy.
No, just text him. I'll get the email. There's family members everywhere.
Man, it's been raining out there all day. Literally. All right, so I think they're bringing back in the HBO witness, or the HBO juror, the HBO one, and they're putting this person back up talking about HBO stuff.
Weird weather pattern. Now it feels a little warm. I guess maybe just the wind died down. But it feels a little warm. Yeah. Yeah, he is available. Pretty sure. It was such a dream assignment. Hi.
It's not the end of the day yet, but it's getting close. Man, it looks like the rain is still coming. Speaking of rain, what is going on? It's pouring. We're trying to get some info about what is happening. When it rains, it pours. We should be pouring in some info. All of the unexcused jurors were brought back in, and they're doing group questions now. Magnolia put in the chat that each one going questions, re-talking about things.
No, I mean in the courtroom. Oh, really?
I was just looking at a video on the side at the MET Gala in New York City. It's just crazy chaos right now, cussing and all types of crazy stuff going on just down the street from where this is. I just saw this up on my feed. No, Mike Carrick said I'm cool. Yeah. Well, the one good thing about my spot is I don't have to deal with this one. I go all the way up to Broadway. Yeah. Try that. But this is what I've been on top of. People exiting the courthouse. Interesting. Coming to the end of the day. So right now, the group of questions are like a round robin. Tell me about yourself, job, marital status, basic info. What do you like to watch on TV? What's your likes, dislikes? Kind of deal.
So it's not. So like that doesn't mean that's when it's gonna end in general.
Large group of people coming and going. So this is a scene outside of the courthouse here. The scene. So you kind of get an idea. I saw this picture up. It's coming from Inner City Press. Shows there's some spectators out there, media tents, umbrellas, cage, kennels, barriers. That's what we got. That's what the scene looks like outside of the federal courthouse in Manhattan. All right, we just passed the 5 o'clock hour. Man, it's pouring out there. I don't even think they're going to give a press conference out there because it's pouring. It's literally pouring. New York weather radar. Yeah, it's coming in pretty hard there. They're in this downpour.
see that episode with Anthony Bourdain and Vietnam and Obama? Yeah. No, they're not on stage.
Juror number 51 is an OG from the Bronx who likes the Golden Girls and 90s rap and gospel. Snap him up. Yeah, it was pretty good. You did? Yeah. I watched it last night. Yeah, I remember. It's a strange first name, but his last name is Reagan. He's an Irish, well-known Irish. And he was in the Gramercy Theater, packed house. He went up with Reagan. That's what I needed after that long day. That's good. Yeah, what's that? All right, they're back up to juror 118, 106. They're just asking different jurors everything about their life, what they read, what they do for a living. People are whistling. I think they wrap it up very, very soon. And then maybe we'll hear something or report and get some information about exactly what went on in there.
I have a question. How much you inside? I knew you probably give you how much you inside of how long have you been here? And usually during the public allowed to do inside
Still talking to the jurors, 25, 81, 127. 127, my spouse is a doctor of Chinese medicine. 81, I am in Manhattan. I work for Elmhurst Hospital. 25, I have a PhD in molecular biology. I listen to NPR. I like documentaries about climate change. My domestic partner, he is a graphic designer. Looks like people coming out.
pretty bad. Well, we made it. At least I got, I had a couple of big golfing umbrellas in the truck. So that kept me pretty dry, and it kept Russ and Carter pretty dry. So that helped a little bit. Yeah, that's well. All right. Yeah. Yeah, it's there. It's just covered up. It's anticipated. Yeah. Oh, I'll think I might. I wiped it a few times, but I think I may have to take it here. Because it's, yeah. 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 All right, one second.
No more, you said, right? No more.
Yeah, the only thing is I'm noticing, I'm looking at it now, and a couple of the microphones that were placed later are kind of on short leads that lead over to the far end of it. So, all right. Yeah. All right. All right. All right. No. Yeah. We'll be ready. Okay. All right.
I talked to them earlier today. They're gonna give me a hard time, but I'll just. No, I'm WBC. So. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna move it right now. All right, Jim. I'm gonna move that podium so you can get a better shot.
Okay. You're gonna have to just watch that tight one that's on the far end. I told Brian that you can't move it too far because they'll be really pissed. You see that tight one that's like pretty tight stretched already on the far end of it?
Uh-huh.
So you can get that a little tighter, but
yeah, that brown one is.
They're gonna get pissed off if it goes.
For sure.
I mean, I could show them the shot. We showed them before. I can zoom in fine.
Can you show them?
Yeah.
Moving around a little bit. Press conference. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. How was today's jury selection? Counsel?
I'll just. No. But the person at the end was like. You can get tight on that face right now.
Yeah, I got it 2 times if I need. But I don't. Usually there's people standing right behind me. But I'm not zoomed all the way in already. So should I go back to the Y? Because we don't even know if you're going to talk.
Yeah, go back to the Y.
No, I don't know anything. Russ, when you get a chance, forward me the schedule for today because I just had to edit. I forwarded the email that we had and I changed it with the new date and added Ben and deleted you just so Ben had it for reference. So I don't, when I do the hours for us today, I won't have it unless you forward. Don't give me a hard time, just do it. Yeah. What do you mean?
Okay. I'll do it.
All right. Well, that's good enough. I mean, it just shows what you did. It's basically the same thing. Yeah, you know. Oh, then there's another email, but you can send me that too. But you got that email, remember the other one? It was like, maybe it was from Brian. But it had your name at the bottom. I sent it. Oh, maybe.
Smell like
Boxes of evidence. Boxes of evidence. All right, jurors have been dismissed for the day. The judge ordered them not to post anything on the internet and not talk about the case. 5:30 p.m. Eastern. Case, jurors dismissed for the day. So let's see if anybody comes out and says anything. Any statements? Georgie won. Thank you. Georgie won in the house. Georgie won been here for 19 months. Oh my goodness, this is a long time. We went through a lot in 19 months, haven't we all? How many things have we been to? How many boots on the ground have we been to in the last 19 months? What's it, 2025, 2023? Where were we in 2023? Oh my goodness. Moscow, Idaho, Delphi, Indiana, Idaho for Lori Vallow Daybell. And then all these places.
You guys good to pull this plastic? Because if something's going to happen, it's going to happen now. But I think the rain's done. What, taking it off? We're all good here? Oh, here you go. Well, this one needs a little Viagra. Yeah, sure. I know.
All right, let's see who leaves the courtroom. We'll stay on it for a bit. Approaching 9 hours. Wow. Welcome to everyone that stayed through or came on periodically. Off and on, off and on. Jurors instructed not to talk about the case. Coming out. Who's coming out?
Hello. Hey, man. Yeah, well, they don't have a malt box, so all you need is the mic mount. They put up a stand like they have today with cluster mics for like a possible presser, but we don't even know if they're going to have one today, but they do have the mics up. It's about 20 feet away from us. No, not a table stand because it's only on a grip, like a gobo on. So one of those
Rowie clamps.
a Rowie clamp. Yeah. If not, I have a Rowie clamp. I let your father borrow it.
Small ones.
Yeah, all right. Just so you know, that's how you have to mount it. And if not, I'll have mine handy too. And so that was hardwired, just in case there's any frequency issues. And then we're like in the pool box that's very close to the front door. So, and that's basically it. We're not with any talent or anything like that. Yeah, roughly 20, 25. Oh yeah, that's more.
Almost had a picture.
You can. I'd hate to have any, like today we had to cover plastic from rain, and I think tomorrow it's supposed to rain a little bit too. So I wouldn't. If I were you, I wouldn't. If you have an RE50 or something, you're probably better off. Yeah, that's better. I wouldn't want you to break it. I may, but that's really just to get the spot, like the plant, the tripod. You don't have to get your, but parking, you should be okay because you have NYT plates. So you can try to park close to here, but I'd say there's a garage that you can put in for it. I think you're better off since you don't have like a Suburban. You may be better off just putting it in there and then putting it in the receipt. So, because yeah, if you want to, it's fine. I mean, we're not probably going to have to be ready by 6 or so. Yeah, it's kind of a low. You know, it's not. It's because I've kind of my challenge. And just, bring your, rain gear, and I have a couple of big umbrellas that I can share one with you, like a golf umbrella that's like almost 5 feet wide. And you can bring your table, and that's it. Straightforward. Yeah, and it hasn't been, I don't think it'll be constant, but maybe just a shower. I just don't know. Yeah. All right. All right, man. Take it easy. Bye.
I sent you a picture. You can send it to him.
All right, thanks. always say. So then he must have gone back in.
I don't think I ever saw him out.
I see you weren't here. I think you had gone. You just left to get me coffee.
Oh.
And he came out, and it was like a few minutes before, I guess, to do a hit. Maybe he got in, and I just didn't notice.
Yeah, you're right, man. We couldn't have a lot of
Who's that?
Oh no, I just. Yes. I don't think so. I just.
Journalist.
Work our magic while the chicks are getting high. You guys see that too? All the colors.
So Joe asked me if Ben can do it through Friday.
What's that?
Joe was asking me if Ben can do it through Friday. I don't know, we'll see.
Who will be testifying over time? The Golden Doors. 500 Pearl Street. You see the 500? This is 500 Pearl Street. One of two federal courthouses in the Southern District of New York. Oh, there he is. There he is. The supporter. Look. Everybody coming out. What happened? What happened in court today? What happened?
More coming out.
More coming out. What happened? Tell us what happened. Somebody go to the mic. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, well, it's on their gun. You know, but it's their assignment. So what happened? Oh.
So you know what?
It's starting to drizzle again. That's very nice.
Court is adjourned.
I don't. It's a different liquid with a sprayer, but it's going to need time to dry. It really should be drier. Why? You think they're? I think it's just leaking through the seam from the vent. Because these are bred. I mean, this is like the third time I used them. So it should have, at least mine was pretty dry. Here comes.
Oh, here comes who?
It's just me. It's just
I'm going to see if I can find a journalist that could give a recap of what happened in there if they're giving a report. So stand by. I'm going to look.
The ABC email has this.
Maybe a statement.
Hello. Hello. Well, I'm just asking Ben now. I haven't heard back. He was, and then, things came up. Yeah, I figured it. It's just. Well, I asked him for tomorrow, and he was fine for that. I'm asking him for the rest of the week, and I haven't heard back. He went and checked it out. Yeah, of course, sure. He has NYP plates on his vehicle, and also he has press. All right, no problem. All right. Just wanted to make sure he had a press. I know, it's just. You know what came in handy that I never thought would? You know the little press, the ABC pass? Yeah. Card? Yeah. Washington. For the plane front. Yeah, so I was on my own and had to get into the section. And the only way in there is I rushed in without my pass because I was out of state. And the guy said, no, you can't get in. Who you with? I said, ABC. He said, yeah, proof of that. And then I remembered and I get it. He said, all right. Oh, no. This I didn't have it with me because I was DC, so I didn't wear it. There's times, But this is where I've never really had to show. Around here, I think it's coming.
Oh, our feed might have went off. Let me look at something a minute. It might have went off. Here, let me mute it. Mute that sound. All right. Well, I thought maybe there'd be a press conference, but apparently there's not. We've been here for a long time, 9 hours and 15 minutes. So just wanted to kind of get the jury selection, kind of understand the process a little bit. I don't know if we'll be back tomorrow on this jury selection, but we're definitely going to be following this trial. But I'll be paying attention to the names, the celebrity names, definitely interest to me. It wrapped up today. I think they'll impanel a jury by the end of the week for sure. An opening starts next week, but this is a big deal. This is a big deal. So hopefully we get more specifics and everything like that. And definitely at the very least following this case, and we'll continue to give you updates about P. Diddy's trial in real time. All right. Appreciate everyone watching. Been a long time, man. I'm going to go get myself something to eat. How about you? Thanks for watching wherever you're at, evening time, morning time, afternoon. We appreciate everyone that stops by on JLR Investigates. We love your comments, so keep your comments coming. Got a lot of other things we'll be talking about, so I'll be making some videos and busy day. We cover true crime 24/7, 365 on JLR Investigates. Thanks for watching. We'll talk soon.